If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Chang circuit, I'd probably go with the 1997 McLaren F1 GTR Longtail. It's got that perfect mix of speed, agility and racing pedigree that seems suited for a challenging track like Chang. The Longtail version is specifically built for endurance and high-speed cornering, so I think it would really shine here. Plus, it's just a legendary piece of racing history, so I'd say it's a safe bet. Alright everyone, time is running out. Make your final picks or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car will dominate the race. Hurry up! Oh wow, what a matchup! The 1998 Toyota GT 1TS020 is a legendary car, known for its speed and agility on the track. On the other hand, the 1994 Bugatti EB110 LM is a rare and sophisticated machine, more about finesse than raw speed. Given the tracks and the era, I'd say the Kaiju in the Toyota might have the edge with that sleek, racing-focused design. But don't count out Figure 8 Sport just yet. Sometimes a well-balanced car can surprise you. The real question is, which AI will make fewer mistakes? Stay tuned. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at Chang and Pandon is on pole, piloting a classic 1997 Nissan R390G T1 on. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold the lead or if the newer competitors will catch up. Morningstar still has taken an early lead. Pandon is right behind in second, and Hinfatig is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Axton Hits is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Hermit Media is making a charge to 10. Kabumper is sneaking up to 13th. Dylan Wolf is on the rise, climbing to 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. Just Shanetf is making moves, now in 21st after passing 3 cars. Taknesty is also on the charge, moving up 4 spots to 22nd. Deplorablepel and Figure 8 Sport are nose-to-tail fighting for 5th place. Maya is climbing fast, now in 8th, looking to make a move. SS Davin Games is charging through the field into 11th place. Taknesty is making a move and now sits in 19th. Grandelev is climbing fast into 21st after overtaking 4 cars. Figure Sport is climbing up to 4th place. Hermit Media is gaining on Leon, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Geelong Wolf and Bjornart are nose-to-nose for 16th place. Maya is now in 7th place, climbing up 1 spot. Axton Hits and Maya are nose-to-tail fighting for 7. S. Davin Games has gained 1 position and is now in 10th. Axton Hits just climbed 2 spots to take 6th place. Deplorably, Apple and Axton Hits are nose-to-nose for 6th. S. Davin Games is chipping away at Naibi, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Geelong Wolf is having a rough time, dropping 7 spots to 25. Bjornart is climbing steadily, moving up 1 to 15. Edsos 21 and Wrestling 567 are locked in a close fight for 16. Deplorable Apple just overtook someone to climb to 6th place. Axton Hits and Deplorably Apple are nose-to-nose for 6th. Maya is gaining on Axton Hits, closing the gap by a 2.5 seconds. Morningstar still has just taken the lead at the front. Henfatic is now in 2nd place, inching closer to the top. Figure Sport is right behind in 3rd. And the battle for 2nd place is heating up between Henfatic and Figure Sport. Hondan just took the lead, leaving the others in the dust. Neotexum is gaining on Henfatic but still a bit behind. S. Davin Games is hot on my tail, closing the gap fast. Hope I can hold them off. Liam is charging through the field, now in 12th place after overtaking 4 cars. Neotexum is climbing steadily, now in 4th place. K-Bumper is also on the move, up 1 spot to 13. Lium and K-Bumper are nose to tail, battling for 12. Akvati is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to reach the 18th place. Amy is closing in on Defactor fast, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Deplorable Apple just moved up 1 spot to 5th. Estes Davin Games is closing in on Maya, quickly. Just 2.5 seconds behind now. Taknesty is climbing up, moving 2 spots to take 17th place. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing 2 spots. S. Davin Games also moved up 2 spots into 7. Henfatic and Axton Hits are nose-to-nose fighting for 8. Henfatic is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 6th place. Axton Hits just moved up 1 to 7. Looks like I'm in a close fight with Axton Hits for 7th place. Maya just overtook someone to move into 7th place. The battle for 6th between Maya and Henfatic is heating up. Telescope Bime is climbing steadily, now in 23rd. Neotexum is closing in on Figure 8 Sport, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Maya is climbing up to 6th place. Axton Hits and Henfatig are locked in a close fight for 7th. Axton Hits is climbing to 7th place. Hermit Media is making a solid move to 8th. Liu is inching up to 11th. Wow, Honden really took the victory. Guess they were just too fast for everyone else. Well done. Hey there, Deplorably Apple. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI chaos on the track. Wow, Honden really pulled it off. Congratulations to them. They must have some serious skills, or maybe just really good luck today. Either way, they earned that win. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. Did you know that Indy cars are built to be incredibly lightweight and speedy, often weighing around 1,600 pounds without the driver? That's almost as light as a grand piano. It's like they took a supercar and shrunk it down to race-ready size, making them fast enough to throw your lunch out the window if you blink too hard. Plus, these cars can hit speeds over 230 miles per hour, which is faster than most people can say race day. Well, with no info about either driver, it's basically a coin toss. They're both in the same car, so it's all about who's feeling luckier today. I'd say it's anyone's game. Could be a surprise winner or just the car's turn to shine. Let's see who's got the nerves for this one. Alright folks, the race at Mosport has just begun. So Pro 3 is starting on pole in the 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Let's see if he can hold that lead or if the AI has other plans. so Pro 3 has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Exclusiva Gox is right behind in second place. Deplorable is currently in third, trying to keep up. Exclusiva Gox just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Mikutsu and Flinchicot 21 are still nose-to-nose for fourth place. Hot Bolognese is climbing up to 7th, inching closer to the front. Mikutsu just overtook someone to move into fourth place. Flinchicot 21 and Murgutsu are nose-to-nose for fourth. Waxy B and Big Boy Bets are fighting hard for 10th. Deplorable is climbing up to second place. Waxy B is now in 10th. Deletsko has moved into 14th. Yamchubi Panda is climbing up to 21st place. Hamid Media and the Hyper 7 are locked in a close fight for 25th. Akvaithi and Prodigy Place 58 are neck and neck for the 17th place. Hamid Media and the Hyper 7 are locked in a close fight for 24th. And I am battling Hermit Media for 25th. Deplorable and Exclusive Gox are neck and neck for first place. So Pro 3 and Deplorable are fighting hard for second. Schoolbus FTV and Dr. Keeps Away are locked in a close duel for 15. Deplorable takes the lead at the front. Nigutsu is closing in on the top 3. Hot Bolognese is making a move into the top 10. Ateliatorius is climbing up to 7th place. Waxy B and Amy are still neck and neck for 9th. Cap Holster is making a move to 18th. Lisa Shibi and Waxy B are nose to tail for 10th place. Aklaithi is climbing up to 15th. Cap Holster and School Boozers TV are battling for 17th. Exclusiva Gox is closing in on Deplorable Lapple, cutting the gap by 1 second. Hot Bolognese and Flinchicot 21 are neck and neck for 5th place. Big Boy Bets is climbing up to 12th position. Titus 61 is on a roll, climbing up to 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. Rekuharu G is also making moves, now in 23rd after passing 4 cars. Prodigy Place 58 seems to be having a tough time, dropping 8 spots to 26. Amy is climbing to 8th place. Big Boy Bets and Let's-Go are both advancing to 10th and 11th respectively. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Hot Bolognese is just ahead of Flinchicot 21 in 5th place. Akvaithi has a slight edge over Unconi Buddy for 15th. Titus 61 is holding on to 18th, with School Boost for Steph TV right behind. Prodigy Place 58 is closing in on Hermit Media fast, just 14.7 seconds behind now. Hot Bolognese has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Flinchicot 21 and Hot Bolognese are nose-to-tail fighting for that 5th position. Wow, Deplorable winning the race. Who saw that coming? Guess they really outpaced the competition this time. Well done. Congratulations to Deplorable Leeple for winning the race. That was quite the impressive drive. And hey, they also snagged the fastest lap. So they're definitely claiming that shiny 2018 Honda IndyCar. Well deserved. Now, let's see who gets the chance to claim the other cars. Exciting times ahead. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI vehicle will take the crown. Amin-san, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI racing action. Hope you're ready to see some epic car battles. Well, both of these cars have some serious vintage flair. But if I had to put my chips down, I'd say Gabith the Minimac in the 1975 BMW C SL might have a slight edge. The BMW's got a reputation for being a bit more agile and balanced, especially on a track like Horsma Raceway Full that probably rewards handling and precision. Clifton's Porsche 906 is no slouch. But that classic 1966 Porsche might be a bit more about raw speed than finesse. It's going to be a fun race to watch either way. But I think Gabby might just sneak ahead in the end. Alright folks, the race is underway at Horsma Raceway, full track. Gabby the Minimac is on pole, steering a classic 1975 BMW CS. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold on to the lead. Gabby the Minimac has taken the lead right out of the gate. Cliffzone is holding strong in second place. The Grand Enchanter is currently in third, trying to keep up. Ihavexema just overtook someone to take fourth place. Amy and Ihavexema are still nose to nose for that spot. Amin-san is climbing up to sixth place. Amin-san is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to third place. Deplorably Apple is inching forward, now in 6th. Iconic Odd is making a move, now in 10th. Gamer Boss 72 and Unknown Tactics are nose-to-nose for 12th place. Detsma and Exclusive Gox are locked in a fierce duel for 16th. Exajax is climbing up one spot to 18th. Silent Fox 213 is climbing one spot to 13. Detsma and Exclusive Gox are nose-to-nose for 16th. The Betty White Show is inching up to 25th. God advances to 9th place. Vargala Set climbs to 20th. The Lightning Thief moves up to 24th. Runner Rampage is climbing up to 9th place now. Iconic Odd and Runner Rampage are still neck and neck for 9th. The Lightning Thief and Exception are battling for 23rd. Iconic Odd advances to 9th place. Unknown Tactics and Mr. Wolf J are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Sasatur is chipping away at the Lightning Thief's lead, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Aminzan and Cliffzone are neck and neck for 2nd place. Mr. Wolf J and Runner and Page are fighting hard for 10th. Vargala Set is closing in on Cherokee Kitten, cutting the gap by 1/4 seconds. Excepcion is driving a 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO, a classic beauty known for its elegance and racing pedigree. Their race seems to be a quiet one so far, sitting in 25th place, probably just enjoying the scenery. Detsma advances to 16th place. Exajax is closing in on Exclusive Gox, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Vargala Set moves up to 19th place. Iconic Odd and Maya are nose to tail for 8th place. Senya Hima just gained one spot to take 20th. Excepcion is closing in on the Lightning Thief, cutting the gap by over a second. The Lightning Thief is inching closer to the Chaotic Wardo, closing the gap by a second. The Goldner just climbed one spot to 24th. Mutuba is catching Zasatur fast, narrowing the distance by over a second. Jerkplace is really closing the gap on Gamerboss 72. Less than a second now. The Lightning Thief is climbing up to 22nd place. The Gold Nerd is also making moves, now 23rd. The Chaotic Weirdo is on a roll, climbing from way back to 8th place. The Lightning Thief and Cherokee Kitten are nose to nose for 22nd. Chris Gopher just nudged up one spot to 27th. Aminsan and Cliffzone are nose to nose for 2nd place. Maya just slid into 8th and is eyeing higher ground. Iconic Odd is also climbing, now 9th, inching closer to the top. Aminsan just snuck into 2nd place. Gamerboss 72 and Jerkplays are inching closer to the top 10. Cliffzone and Amundsen are nose to tail for 2nd place. Cherokee Kitten just sneaked past one car to claim 22nd. Dottie. Terrific Kitten is inching closer to the Lightning Thief, closing the gap by 2 seconds. They're locked in a tight fight for 21st place. Sasatur is gained on Exapexium, closing the distance by 140 seconds. Chris Gopher is racing the 1966 Chevrolet Chevy 2 Nova SS. They're currently in the 27th spot, struggling with a lap time of 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Looks like a tough day for that classic muscle car. The Chaotic Weirdo is gaining fast on the Betty White show, closing the gap by nearly 18 seconds. The Asatur and Excepcion are locked in a fierce duel for 24th place. Wow. Gabby the Minimac, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on winning the race. Wow! Gabby the Minimac really took that race by storm. Congratulations on the victory, you definitely earned it. Now, as for the car claiming, Aminison, you did an incredible job with the overtakes and can now claim the stylish 1966 Porsche 906. Well done to both of you. Here's a fun fact about the 1993 Porsche 928 GTS. It was the last of the 928 series, and marked the end of an era for this unique Grand Tourer. Despite its age, it still boasted a powerful 5-liter V8 engine that could produce up to 345 horsepower. So, even in 1993, this car was basically a high-speed luxury rocket that looked like it belonged to a secret agent. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down and you better act fast if you want to pick your favorite car. Don't sit there wasting precious seconds, or you might end up with the slowpoke of the bunch. Hurry up and make your selection before the AI takes the wheel completely. Wow, this is quite the matchup. The Nissan 180 A6 is known for its agility and quick turns, so it might have an edge on a racing track like Buxton Rumbler, where skill and handling are crucial. On the other hand, the Mercedes-Benz 560 AC, being a bit heavier and more about comfort, might lag behind in speed and agility. But if Bufa 19 can leverage power and stability, they can make it interesting. Honestly, I'd put my chips on Mighty Chunk's Nissan for a win based on the car's sporty nature and the racing track's twisty layout. But hey, in AI racing, anything can happen. Maybe the Mercedes surprises us all. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at the Buxton Rumbler track. Leading the pack is Edsos21 in a 1989 Alfa Romeo Z. So he's starting at the front in those classic 90s slow cars. Let's see if he can hold on to that pole, or if the others will surprise us. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, Fishent right behind in second, and Edsosto21 rounding out the top three. Looks like a tight start already. Maya is now 7th, closing in on the top 6. Rosé Goldgaming climbs to 9th, not far behind. Mighty Chunk and Deplorably Apple are nose to nose for 10th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Axion and Edsos21 are nose to nose for 3rd place. Mighty Chunk has gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Bufina 19 has also moved up 1 spot into 13th. Rosagot Gaming and Dank Nuggins are nose to tail for 8th place. Amin Sun is climbing 2 spots to 12th. Mondux AFCFF is inching up 1 spot to 14th. Rosé Goldgaming is climbing up to 7th place. Maya and Rosé Goldgaming are neck and neck for that spot. Maldux FCF is making a move to get into the top 12. Rosegold Gaming just overtook someone to move up to 7th place. Rosegold Gaming and a Beta Bloke are nose to nose for 6th. Dyrock Official and Negreds 34 are locked in a close fight for 16th. Edsos21 is closing in on Fishings, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Rosegold Gaming is climbing up 1 spot to 6th. Maya is also moving up 1 spot to 7th. Maya is currently in 8th place driving a 1990 Mercedes-Benz 560 SE. The car's fastest lap is 21.025 seconds. The race looks tight with a few cars close behind and ahead. Rosigod Gaming is climbing up to 5th place. Agrades 34 is making a move to 15th. Who is next to shift gears? Bufina 19 is driving a 1990 Mercedes-Benz 560C. Their race looks like a struggle, sitting in the 17th spot and quite a bit behind the leaders. Rosé Gold Gaming is climbing up to 4th place. Buffin 19 is advancing to 15th. The track seems to favor quick laps with the Renault Clio Williams and the Alfa Romeo SZ leading the pack. The tight corners are likely testing the handling skills of these retro cars. Agrides 34 is driving a Volkswagen Golf VR6 from 1994. They are currently in the 16th place, just ahead of the Honda Integra Type RS. Looks like a decent fight for position, but they're not exactly tearing up the track. Edzos 21 is driving a 1989 Alfa Romeo SZ, starting in the 1st position. They are currently in 3rd place, holding steady but not quite pulling away. Looks like they're keeping it tight but not making any big moves yet. Exception is driving a 1996 Dodge Stealth RT Turbo and is currently in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Mighty Chunk is driving a Nissan 180 SX Type X, a car known for its agility and drift potential. They are currently in 11th place, just ahead of the pack, and their fastest lap is a solid 20.65 seconds. The race looks tight for them. Buffin 19 is racing a 1990 Mercedes-Benz 560C. They're currently in the 16th place, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Rosé Gold Gaming is gaining ground and now in 4th place. Exception and Rose Gold Gaming are nose to nose, fighting for that 4th spot. Rosé Gold Gaming just overtook Edzos 21 and now sits in 3rd place. They are nose to nose, no clear winner yet. This race is heating up. Wow, Amy, you really outpaced everyone else. Looks like the race was just a walk in the park for you. Wow, Amy really blew everyone else out of the water, huh? Great job to them. Looks like they're the boss of this race today. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would go with the 1999 Lamborghini Diablo GTR. It's known for its aggressive design and powerful V12 engine, which should give it an edge on a challenging circuit, like Laguna Seca. Plus, with that low center of gravity and raw speed, it's probably going to handle the curves better than some of the older, less refined models. The Ferrari F40 Competizione would be a close competitor, but I think the Diablo GTR's combination of power and agility might just give it the upper hand. Hey everyone! If you want to boost Everlasting Apex's ego, just a little bit, you can check out his Twitter by typing !Twitter in chat. He may not post often, but more followers definitely make him feel like a racing champion. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder about the special event races we hold 3 times each week. We race on Mondays at 1 p.m., Wednesdays at 7 a.m., and Fridays at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. All the juicy details for these events are posted on our Discord, so make sure to join if you want to stay in the loop. These events are a full practice and qualifying session, followed by a pretty long race, so buckle up and get ready for some serious action. If you're interested in participating or just want to see some intense racing, definitely check out the Discord and mark those times. Hey everyone! If you want to see a race with your favorite car class or track, just share some bits in chat. To get the full instructions on how to request a race, type !requests, and our bot will send you a link with all the details. Don't be shy, let's see those bits and make some awesome races happen. Alright folks, if you haven't chosen your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost finished, so get your picks in before these AI racers zoom off without you. Don't say I didn't warn you when the best cars are gone. Wow, what a matchup! The 1999 Lotus Esprit GT1 is certainly a sleek and agile choice, known for its sharp handling and speed. On the other hand, the 1990 Mercury Cougar XR7 MSA has that classic muscle vibe, maybe a bit heavier on the acceleration but possibly not as nimble around tight corners. Given Laguna Seca's famous turns, I might lean towards Morningstar with the Lotus. Its lightweight and precision might give it the edge on those tricky curves. But hey, stranger things have happened, especially when an old muscle car gets a good grip. It's anyone's race, but I'd put my chips on the Lotus to take it home. Alright everyone, this race was requested by yours truly, so make sure to thank me later. We're kicking things off at Laguna Seca with the GTO class, and Adamflash is leading the pack on pole in a classic 1990 Mercury Cougar XR7 IMSA.TR7. Buckle up, it's about to get interesting. Adamflash is taking an early lead. Amy is holding second place, trying to keep up. Deplorablepo is in third, but expect some shifting soon. Morningstar is climbing up to third place. Lirizel and Everlasting Apex are locked in a close fight for sixth. Mar Pinkwolf is advancing to ninth. Deplorably Apple and Morningstar Sol are neck and neck for third place. Lirizel just gained one spot to sit sixth. Aisley also moved up one spot to ninth. Morningstar and Amy are nose to tail for second place. Yaboy Rwanda just overtook someone to climb into fourth. Maya is also on the move, now in seventh after a little bump up. Kakrishk is driving a 1996 Alfa Romeo 155T Ideal 1. They're currently in 15th place, so they're not exactly tearing up the track but holding steady. Aisley is driving a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. They're currently in 10th place, making steady progress but still a bit behind the leaders. Looks like a solid race so far. Vinha 17 is racing a 1990 Mercedes 190E Evo 2. They're currently in the 16th place, so it looks like a steady but not spectacular run so far. Vinha 17 is driving a 1990 Mercedes 190E Evo 2. They're currently in the middle of the pack, in the 16th place, and it looks like their race is steady, but nothing spectacular happening yet. Yabuawanda just overtook someone to climb into 3rd place. Lee Russell is gaining ground on the 5th spot. K-Steps is cutting down the distance to Mir Pinkwolf, less than a second now. Laguna Seca's tight corners and the famous corkscrew are shaking up the order, making overtakes tricky but rewarding for the bull. Laguna Seca's tight corners and the famous corkscrew are definitely shaking up the order. The top drivers are staying consistent, but overtakes are limited and risky. Deplorably Apple is driving a 1990 Mazda RX XS GT. Although they're currently in 6th place, but their fastest lap is over 3 seconds slower than the leader. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Yabui Rwanda and Amy are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Maya just snuck into 6th and looks like she's got her eyes on the prize. Everlasting Apex is right behind in 7th, inching closer. Telescope Bina is driving a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. They're currently in 11th place and have a pretty close race with the others in the Retro DTM class. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Everlasting Apex is really closing the gap on Maya, now just over a second behind. K-Steflex is climbing up to 10th place, making some moves. The GTO cars are dominating with consistent lap times, especially Adam Flash leading comfortably. The Retro DTM cars are more spread out, likely struggling with track grip or car handling at Laguna Seca. The track favors the GTO class's power and agility. Morningstar is holding on to 4th and trying to stay ahead of Everlasting Apex, who's just behind in 5th. Not much room for error, but Morningstar has the pace to keep them at bay if they stay sharp. Adam Flash is leading the race with a 1990 Mercury Cougar X R7 IMSA. They're holding a solid position, but their fastest lap is a bit slower than Yabor Rwanda's. Looks like Adam Flash is cruising at the front, but Yabor Rwanda is closing in with a faster lap. Everlasting Apex better watch out. Everlasting Apex is closing in fast. Deplorably Apple is hot on their heels, closing the gap even more. Maya is stuck in 8th place with her Nissan 300ZX Turbo in ESA. And her fastest lap is a bit slower than some of the others. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the top contenders. Ya boy Rwanda is now in 1st place. Le Roussel has climbed to 4th. Maya is gaining a Morningstar, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Everlasting Apex is driving a 1990 Mercury Cougar XR 7 IMSA.top. They're currently in 5th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 32 seconds, which suggests they're holding steady, but not quite catching the leaders. Pink Wolf is driving a 1996 Alfa Romeo 155T V6. He's currently in 10th place, holding steady, but not making much progress. His fastest lap is just under 1:37.7. Telescope Beam is driving a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. They're currently in the 12th place and have a pretty consistent lap time, just slightly behind the leaders in the retro DTM class. Looks like they're holding steady. Morningstar is holding on to 4th, while Everlasting Apex is in 5th, so the gap isn't huge. If they keep pushing, they could still make a move. Now Pink Wolf is driving a 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 TIV6. He's currently in 10th place, just ahead of the pack, with a pretty consistent lap time. Looks like he's holding steady but not making big moves yet. Le Roussel is now in 2nd place. Maya is gaining on Morningstar, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Deplorably Apple is catching Everlasting Apex, narrowing it by over 2 seconds. Deplorable Apple is driving a 1990 Mazda RX-7 MSA GTO. They're currently in 8th place, but their lap time of 1:32.641 suggests they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Gekrich is climbing up to 12th place. Telescope Beam is right behind, still fighting for that same spot. Morningstar is just ahead of Everlasting Apex, so the battle is tight. If Everlasting Apex can find a way past, they might turn the tables. Right now, it's anyone's race. Deplorable Apple is closing in on Everlasting Apex fast. Less than 3 seconds behind now. Maya is creeping up to the top 5, just a spot behind. Amy has claimed 3rd place, making her move. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Morningstar, closing the gap to just over 1.5 seconds. Number Pink Wolf and Keysteflex are nose to nose for the 10th spot. No room for error there. Everlasting Apex is really pushing to catch Morningstar Soul, closing the gap by 3.6 seconds. Ajax and Fizzards are neck and neck for the 14th spot. Looks like a tight squeeze. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Morningstar Soul, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. Kyosify is inching closer to Vinha 17, cutting the distance by a full second. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Morningstar Soul, closing the gap by 1 second. Kyosify and Vinha 17 are locked in a close fight for the 16th spot. Everlasting Apex just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Kyosify and Vinha 17 are nose to tail for 16. Lirazel is gaining on Rwanda quickly, closing the gap by 3.7 seconds. Maya and Adenflash are locked in a fierce duel for 4th place. Deplorably is chipping away at Morningstar Soul, closing the gap by 3.4 seconds. Rwanda is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control for now. Acelay is closing in on Deplorable fast, cutting the gap by 6.4 seconds. Maya and Flash are nose to nose for 4th place. Nerpinkwolf and K-Steflex are locked in a fierce fight for 10. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Vinha 17 has also moved up 1 spot into 15. Laguna Seca's tight corners and elevation changes are really shaking up the order. The top drivers are making bold moves on the straights, but struggling to hold positions through the corners. Maya is closing in on Amy quickly, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Morningstar has climbed 1 spot to sit in 6th place. K-Steflex is also moving up 1 spot, now in 9th. Deplorable is driving a 1990 Mazda RX-7 in SAG2. Oh, they're currently in 8th place, quite a bit behind the leaders, and their fastest lap is over a second slower than the top time. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Morningstar Soul is gaining on Adenflash, closing the gap to just a second. K-Steflex is hot on Deplorable Apple's tail, now only a few seconds behind. Kyosify is inching closer to Vinha 17, closing nearly 2 seconds. Ajax is driving a 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 TIV 680. They're currently in the 15th place and maintaining a pretty steady pace, just a bit behind the leaders in the Retro DTM class. Looks like they're holding their own in the midfield. Flash is climbing up to 4th place. Morningstar Soul is now in 5th. K-Steflex is closing in on Deplorable Apple, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Lirazel is gaining on Rwanda, closing the gap to just a second. Flash is catching up to Amy, shrinking the distance by over a second. and a third. Morningstar is closing in on Flash, cutting the gap by a solid 1.5 seconds. Flash is right behind Amy now. Looks like the chase is heating up. Flex is closing in on Deplorable Apple fast. Kyosify is gaining on Vina 17 too. Things are getting interesting. Morningstar is gaining on Flash, closing the gap to just over a second. Flex is closing in on Deplorable Apple, now less than 4 seconds behind. Kyosify is catching Vinha 17, closing the gap to just over a second. Flex is in 10th place, driving a 1994 Mercedes C180 DTM. Their fastest lap is a 1:36.582, which is pretty slow compared to the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Liracel is driving a 1994 Nissan 300Z X Turbo MSA.TSA. They're holding second place and have the second fastest lap time, so their race looks pretty solid so far. Flex is gaining fast on Deplorable Apple, closing the gap by 6/4 seconds. Everlasting Apex is inching closer to Morningstar Sol, cutting it down by 1.6 seconds. Ember Pink Wolf just moved up 1 spot to 11. Morningstar is closing in on Flash, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. D-Ferrets is climbing 1 spot to take the 12th place. Ixajax is also moving up 1 spot to claim the 13th position. Morningstar is gaining on Flash, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Flex is inching closer to Deplorable Apple, reducing the distance by over a second. Kyosify is climbing up the ranks, now in 15th place. Liracel is driving a 1994 Nissan 300Z X Turbo MSA. They're holding second place and have the second fastest lap time, so they're looking pretty smooth so far. Maya is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap to just 1 second. Amy is rapidly catching Liracel, now only 16.2 seconds behind. Everlasting Apex is inching closer to Morningstar C, closing in by 1/4 seconds. Maya is currently in 8th place, driving a 1994 Nissan 300Z X Turbo IMSA.22. Fastest lap so far is 1:29.849. Looks like a solid effort, but still chasing the top 3. Morningstar is gaining on Flash, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Maya is creeping up on Everlasting Apex, closing the distance by 2.5 seconds. Flex is making a move on Deplorable Apple, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Maya is closing in on Everlasting Apex rapidly, just a few seconds behind now. Amy is gaining on Liracel, but still has a little way to go. Kyosify just moved up 1 spot to 14th, climbing the ranks. Die Fitzerts is on a roll, moving up 8 places to 9. Deplorably Apple is having a rough time, dropping 6 spots to 14. Amy is closing in on Leah Russell, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. Maya is holding her ground in 6th place. Admin Flash just overtook someone to move into 4th. Amy is now in 2nd, closing the gap at the front. Aisley is creeping up to 10th. Admin Flash is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Everlasting Apex has gained 2 spots and is now in 4. Maya has also moved up 2 spots, settling into 5th. Admin Flash is driving a 1990 Mercury Cougar XR7 MSA.2. They started in the 1st position and are currently in 3rd. Looks like they're holding steady but not pushing for the lead. Ixajax just overtook one more car and is now in 10th place. Vinha 17 is also climbing up, now in 11th. Looks like the midfield is heating up. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Admin Flash, closing the gap by 5.7 seconds. Kyosify is closing in on Oma Pink Wolf, reducing the gap by 7.1 seconds. K-Steflex is catching up to Morningstar Sol, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Everlasting Apex is right behind Admin Flash now. Vinha 17 is gaining on Ixajax. Kyosify just climbed 1 spot to 12. Maya is closing in on Everlasting Apex, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Aisley is gaining on K-Steflex, closing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Billiscope Bime is climbing up the field, moving into the 13th spot. Morning Starsel is closing in on Lirusel, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Kyosify is right behind Vinha 17, closing in steadily. Kikrish is climbing up the ranks, now in the 13th spot. Desets is rapidly catching their Pink Wolf, closing the gap by 8.5 seconds. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Admin Flash, chipping away by 1 second. Morning Starsel is narrowing the distance to Lee Russo by almost 2 seconds. Everlasting Apex is really pushing hard, closing in on Admin Flash. Morning Starsel is making a move on Lee Russo. Vinha 17 is closing the gap on Esley. Looks like a race to watch. Deathix is closing in on Inner Pink Wolf rapidly, just 5 seconds behind now. Vinha 17 is climbing up to 9th place. Kyosify is also making moves, grabbing 10th. Maya is now right behind Everlasting Apex, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Vinha 17 is gaining on K-Steflex, inching closer with every lap. Dayu Gakrich has made a bold move, climbing 2 spots and now sitting in 11th place. Aisley is gaining fast on Bilesco Bime, closing the gap by 5 seconds. D. Fitzerts is catching up to Ixajax, narrowing it down by over 8 seconds. And Maya is inching closer to everlasting apex, just a little over a second behind. The GTO cars are dominating with the top 3 spots and fast laps, showing their strength on Laguna Seca de Tapeo. The retro DTM cars are lagging behind, probably struggling with the track layout and car performance. Maya is now in 4th place, creeping closer to the top 3. Aisley is chipping away at Belescopeheim's lead, narrowing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Ixajax is hot on Emma Pinkwolf's tail, closing in by a second. Aisley is driving a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. They're currently in the 13th place, struggling a bit with their lap times, just behind the other Opel Calibra. Looks like they're having a tough time keeping up. Hey, Naibe. Great to see you back in the chat. Hope you've been good. Sit tight and enjoy the AI racing action. Adam Flash is hot on Amy's tail now, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Kirkes is creeping up on Kyosify, chipping away at 3.5 seconds. Aisley is inching closer to Belescopeheim, narrowing the distance by just over a second. Yaboy Rwanda is leading the race in a 1986 Toyota Celica IMSA GT. Oh, their fastest lap is a solid 1:28.17. Looks like they're holding a comfortable lead so far. Belescopeheim is driving a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. They're currently in the 12th place and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, as their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders. Lyricel is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap to just over a second. Kikrishk is making a move on Kyosify, cutting the distance by almost 2 seconds. Adenflash is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by a second. Maya is right behind Adenflash now, closing in fast by 2.4 seconds. Kashk is catching up to Kyosify, narrowing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Yabuar Rwanda better watch out. Amy is gaining fast. Maya is closing in on Adenflash. Bina 17 just snuck into 8th place, climbing the ranks. Kakrish is gaining on Kesta Flex, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Belescopeheim is climbing up to 11th place, 1 spot better. Lyricel and Everlasting Apex are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Now Pinkwolf is climbing up to 12th. Aisley is also making a move to 13th. Lyricel and Everlasting Apex are locked in a tight fight for 5th place. Aisley has just gained 1 spot and is now 12. Ixajax is chipping away at Mayor Pinkwolf's lead, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Le Roussel just gained 1 spot and is now in 5th place. Everlasting Alpex and Le Roussel are nose-to-tail fighting for 5th. Caseteflex is chipping away at Vinhas 17's lead, closing the gap by over a second. Caseteflex is gaining on Vinhas 17, the gap shrinking fast. Kyosify is closing in on Ixajax, but still a bit of a stretch. Maya is closing in on Adenflash, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Caseteflex is climbing up to 8th place. K-Crash is also moving up to 9. Billiscopebein just moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Aisley is closing in on Vinhas 17, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Aisley just snuck into the top 12. Pink Wolf is chipping away at Vinhas 17, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Maya is now just behind Adenflash and closing the distance rapidly. Billiscopebein is gaining on Krishki and looks ready to make a move soon. Davidsids is inching closer to Kyosify, not wasting any time. Morning Starsel is charging through the field, now in 4th after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is climbing fast, moving up 2 spots to 2nd. Lerzel is also on the move, gaining 2 positions to sit in 3rd. Laguna Seca's tight corners and the famous corkscrew are definitely shaking up the order. The GTO cars are holding strong at the front, but the Retro DTM group is struggling with lap times on this tricky track. The GTO cars are dominating with the top 3 spots and strong lap times, while the Retro DTM class is lagging behind. Laguna Seca's tight corners favor the nimble GTOs, giving them a clear advantage. Krishka is driving a 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 TIV 6-huh. They're currently in 10th place, making steady progress but still a bit behind the leaders. Their fastest lap is just under 1:36. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Adflash, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Aisley is hot on Billiscopebein's tail, closing in fast. Vin 17 is creeping up on Aisley, not letting him breathe. Vin 17 is driving a 1990 Mercedes 190e Evo 2 in the Retro DTM class. They're currently in the 13th place and seem to be struggling with lap times, as their fastest is over 1:36. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Adenflash, inching closer. Aisley is closing in on Billiscopebein with a solid push. Ixajax is narrowing the gap on NR Pinkwolf, making moves. Vinha 17 is driving a 1990 Mercedes 190e Evo 2 in the Retro DTM class. They are currently in the 12th place and their fastest lap is just under 1 minute 37 seconds. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Ya boy Rwanda is leading the race in a 1986 Toyota Celica IMSA GTO. Their fastest lap is a solid one, 28.7, showing they're pushing hard. Looks like they're holding a comfortable lead so far. Everlasting Apex is slicing into Adflash's lead, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Kiprishk is climbing up one spot to 9. Aisley is also moving up one spot to 10 Kui. Vina 17 is driving a Mercedes 190e Evo 2 from 1990. They're currently in the 12th place, hanging around mid-pack with a decent lap time, but not quite challenging the leaders. Le Roussel is hot on my tail now, closing the gap by over a second and a half. K-Steflex is gaining on Everlasting Apex, cutting the distance by 2-4 seconds. Things are heating up. Laguna Seca's tight corners and the famous corkscrew are making overtakes tricky, especially for the slower cars. The leaders are holding firm on the straights but struggling to shake off the chasers in the corners. Yabuiro Rwanda is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race in the bag unless something dramatic happens. Wow, Yabuiro Rwanda just took the win at Laguna Seca. Guess they really know how to leave the competition in the dust. Well done. Wow, Yabuiro Rwanda takes the crown. Congratulations on the victory. You totally dominated that race. Now, for our drivers who can claim a car, Maya, you really went all out with the most overtakes. You can claim the 1994 Nissan 300ZDX Turbo MSA Data. Great effort from everyone. This is getting more exciting with each race. Sure thing. Did you know that the Fort Wayne Oval Track is famous for its old-school charm and tight turns? It's a place where every lap feels like a mini roller coaster ride, making it the perfect spot for some high-speed chaos. It's like the track has a personality of its own, daring drivers to tame it without losing their cool. Alright, so we're looking at two mystery drivers in a classic 1995. Reynard 95, I at Fort Wayne Oval. Since neither of us knows much about their skills or experience, we're basically betting on luck and a bit of fate. I'd say it's a coin toss, but if I had to pick, I'd lean toward the driver who looks the most confident on camera, or maybe just the one who's been practicing more in their dreams. Honestly, this race might come down to who keeps their cool and avoids a spectacular crash or mechanical mishap. So, who do you think will surprise us? Alright folks, Gliding Penguin is kicking things off in the pole position with a 1995 Penske PC 23 at the Fort Wayne Oval. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if someone else has other plans. Gliding Penguin has taken an early lead, with Naibe right behind in second place. Senor Savage is holding on to third, but expect some action soon. Senor Savage and Naibe are nose to nose for second place. Mr. Roche is climbing up to fourth. Silhouette and Jordan F are locked in a fierce fight for fifth. Jordan F and Mr. Roche are nose to nose for fourth place. Big Boy Betts and Silhouette are also locked in a close fight for sixth. Shika 21 just gained one spot and is now in 13th. Senor Flip Flo Pontard in 2020 is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 22nd. 2. Kilo Juliet Delta is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to sit at 25th. Nulavi and Uncle Tobin are nose to nose for 9th place. Looks like a tight squeeze there. Silhouette and Jordan F are neck and neck for 5th place. Lord Zikretsby is climbing up to 7th. Uncle Tobin and Big Boy Betts are battling hard for 8th. Alwyn Storm is making a move from the back with the fastest lap, so he's probably just warming up to overtake some of these slower cars. Now Savage and Naibe are nose to nose for second place. Shika 21 is climbing fast, now in 10th. Necrophantasm is also on the move, up to 12th. Detsma advances to 12th place. Basinus Artview climbs to 14th place. Zombush 86 and then Stack are nose to nose for 16th place. Necrophantasm is really having a rough time dropping to the back of the pack. Basic Nizardfu is climbing steadily into the top 15. Amy is closing in on him, just 1 spot behind now. Blackbeard is having a rough time dropping 7 places to 27th. N.R. Savage and Knight are nose to nose for 2nd place. Mr. Roche and N.R. Savage are also locked in a close fight for 3rd. Senor Flip Flopona 2020 is on a roll, climbing up to 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. Uncle Tobin is having a tough time, dropping back to 25. Mr. Rush is making a move, now in second after gaining 2 positions. Silhouette is on a roll, climbing to 2nd place. Ling Shekot Winnie 1 is making a move, now in 6th. Spikles is also gaining ground, now 7th. The race is heating up. Papa Katsi is on a tier, overtaking 12 cars to take the lead. Amy is climbing fast, passing 3 cars to reach 6th. Minstek is also on the move, overtaking 3 to settle into 8th. Big Boy Bets is on the rise, climbing to 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Papa Cassie is having a tough time, dropping 18 positions to 19th place. Blackbeard is also making moves, jumping 3 spots to 20. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Amy really zoomed to the front, didn't she? Congratulations, Amy. That was an impressive display of AI driving skills. Looks like all those algorithms paid off. A fun fact about Group 4 racing cars is that they were originally designed for privateers and enthusiasts to race on the weekends, making racing a bit more accessible and exciting for everyday car lovers. It's like the ultimate playground for car geeks who wanted to hit the track without breaking the bank. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down to pick your favorite car. If you haven't made your choice yet, now's the time before it's too late. Get those selections in, or forever hold your peace, while a random car gets assigned to you. Let's go! Oh, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have the classic American muscle of the AMC Javelin from 1969. That car's got some serious vintage charm, but might struggle with the sharp turns and technical sections of Mugello Short. On the other side, the Maserati Bora Competizione from 1972. That Italian beauty is known for its sleek design and likely better handling, especially at high speeds. Given the track and the cars, I'd put my money on the Maserati. It's got the edge in agility and probably a little more modern engineering under the hood. But hey, you never know with AI racing. Sometimes the underdog surprises us all. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Mugello Short, and DJ Megacat is on pole, driving a classic 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR. Looks like he's ready to show these new kids how it's done. Starting grid looks interesting with DJ Megacat taking the lead, followed closely by Amy in second, and Ovidus in third. Let's see if they can hold those positions, or if the AI has other plans. Ixajax is now in third place, closing the gap. Ovidus and Ixajax are still nose to nose for that third spot. Maya is climbing up to sixth, making a move. Ovidus is climbing up to third place. Ovidus and Amy are nose to tail fighting for second. I Am Chubby Panda and I are locked in a close duel for fifth. Maya is now in fifth place, climbing up one spot. Hishinch has also moved up one spot into sixth. Fortiafro is in 10th position, also up one spot. Ixajax and Ovidus are nose to tail for third place. Samon Zaman just gained one spot and is now in 12th. JC Productions and Salmon are battling hard for 12th. Big Boy Bets is climbing up to 10th place. JC Productions and Salmon are nose to nose for 12th. Looks like a battle worth watching. Samon Zamun just sneaks into the top 11. Lisa Shibi and JC Productions are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Ixajax just overtook someone to grab third place. Yamchubi Panda and Fishings are nose to nose for sixth. DC Productions is climbing up to 12th. Unistix just climbed one spot to 7th place. Big Boy Bets and Lotusos are nose to tail fighting for 9th. Maya is now in 4th place, closing the gap. Ovidus and Maya are still locked in a close fight for that position. Wrath 92 is climbing up to 14th place. Fortiafro is in 11th place with a Ford Escort Mark I from 1970. Their lap time is quite slow compared to others, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Amy just overtook Jamagikat and is now in the lead. Jamagikat is trying to fight back, but Amy is holding her ground. Yagishat is now in 1st place. The race is heating up with Amy right behind him. They are neck and neck, trading positions. Ixajax is closing in on Daja Magacat, the gap shrinking by 2.7 seconds. Maya is holding steady in 8th place while Big Boy Bets is climbing to 9th. Big Boy Bets and Yamchubby Panda are locked in a tight battle for 8th. Gishinx is climbing up to 5th place. Lotusos is now in 10th. Looks like some steady gains. Wrath 92 is driving a 1968 Holden Monaro. They're currently in the 13th place and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times. just over a second behind the car ahead. Maya is now in third place, closing the gap with Ixijax. Ixijax and Maya are neck and neck for that third spot. Unistix has climbed to sixth place, making a solid move. JC Productions is climbing up to 11th place. Forty Afro is gaining on Wrath 92, closing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. The fight for 13th place is heating up between Fort Afro and Wrath 92. Maya is driving a 1972 Maserati Bora Competizione, a sleek, mid-engine sports car. She's currently in 8th place, trying to catch up. Her fastest lap is just behind the leaders, so she's not out of it yet. Fishing's driving a 1969 AMC Javelin and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is just over a second slower than the leaders, so they're holding their own but not quite in the top tier. Amy is leading the race in a 1966 Porsche 906. She's been quick with a fastest lap of 1 minute 6:15 and is holding a comfortable lead over the Nissan Skyline behind her. Young Chubby Panda is climbing up to 7th place. Ovidos and Young Chubby Panda are nose to nose for 7th. Wrath 92 is making a move to 12th. Wow, Amy winning at Mugello Short. Looks like someone's got the magic touch. Congrats on the victory. Congratulations to Amy for winning the race. Great job there. You really sped through the finish line. And congratulations to both Amy and me for claiming some pretty incredible cars. Amy, with that fastest lap, you can take home the classic 1966 Porsche 906. And as for me, I managed to win the bet race, so I get to add the 1972 Maserati Bora Competizione to my collection. This is getting exciting already. Alright everyone, time's running out, so if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment. Don't miss your chance to root for your favorite machine. Get those selections in before the countdown ends. Alright, so we've got New Texum in a classic Lola T616 from 1983, and Village in a 1984 Grid Swan bottom. The Lola is a vintage beast, probably all about handling and raw driving feel. But it might struggle a bit with modern track demands like Circuit of the Americas. The Grid Swan, being a bit newer, could have a slight edge in terms of tech and aerodynamics, but it depends how well Village can harness that power on a track with so many technical turns. Honestly, if Neo Texum can outmaneuver Bilio's car with some vintage charm, we might see the older car pull off an upset. But if the Grid Swan has the modern agility, I'd say Village has a good shot at leading the pack early on. My gut tells me the race might come down to how well these drivers adapt to their machines and the circuit. But if I had to place a bet right now, I'd lean toward the slightly newer Grid Swan taking the win. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Circuit of the Americas, and leading the pack is the Group C2 car, driven by Asu Aroni. It's a classic 1983 Lancia LC1 sitting on pole, so let's see if it can hold on to that lead. Asu Aroni is leading the race, with Amy right behind in second place. Naibe is holding on to third, but I wouldn't count out any surprises just yet. Naibe is climbing to second place. Neo Texum is gaining ground, and now in third. Amy and Neo Texum are nose to tail for third position. Neo Texum is climbing to second place. Derrigos is now in sixth. Maya is making her way to eighth. Naibe just overtook someone to move into fourth place. The battle for fourth between Amy and Naibe is heating up. I am climbing up to seventh place, inching closer to the top 10. Naibe and Neo Texum are nose to nose for second place. Amy and Naibe are fighting hard for fourth. Adonat 44 is climbing up to 8th place. Naibe is now in first place. Asuroni is right behind in second. Amy has climbed to fourth. The battle for the lead is heating up. Asuroni just overtook for the lead. S7 Games has moved up to 15th. Alexiakia is Natid, and SS7 Games are nose to nose for 14th place. G-Maxi8 just overtook LXHAX Natid for 15th place. They are now nose to tail. Looks like a close fight. Amy is gaining on Neo Texum, closing the gap to just over a second. Indigo Peta and Bacho Grande are nose to tail for the 17th place. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing up one spot. Indigo Pete has also gained one position, now in 17th. Okinabaka and Wayne Train 94 are nose to tail fighting for 19th place. Neo Texum is closing in on Naibe, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Amy and Neo Texum are battling hard for third place. Wayne Train 94 is climbing up one spot to take 18th. Dorogue is climbing up to 10th place. Adonat 44 and Dorogue are nose to nose for that spot. Maricus is inching closer to the top 20. Asuroni is leading in a 1983 Lancia LC1, a classic Group C car, known for its speed and agility. Looks like they're comfortably in front, probably enjoying a smooth ride with no pressure so far. Naiba takes the lead at the front. Maya advances to 5th place. Adanut 44 and Or Rogue are locked in a close fight for 10th. Okinabaka is driving a 1993 Ford Mondeo de Indio. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling to keep up with the pack. Okinabaka just overtook someone to move into the top 20. Lacho Grande and Okinabaka are nose-to-nose for the same spot. Flinchicot 21 and Marcus are also battling hard for 21st. Maya just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Amy and Maya are nose-to-nose for that 4th spot. LXHLX Notate and Indigopate are neck and neck for 16. Billy is climbing up to 7th place. S. Davin Games is also moving up, now in 13th. Max Beerley and SS Davin Games are nose-to-nose for the 13th spot. Asuroni just took the lead and is now in 1st place. Neotexum has moved up 1 spot to 2nd. Naiba and Neotexum are nose-to-nose, battling hard for 2nd place. Naiba moves up to 2nd place. Billy is closing in, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Max Beerley and S. Davin Games are locked in a fierce fight for the 13th spot. Naiba takes the lead and is now in 1st place. Asuroni and Naiba are still battling for the top spot. Billy moves up 1 position to sit in 6th. Gemaxiite is climbing up to 13th place. Indigopate is closing the gap on S. Davin Games, now just over a second behind. Indigopate and S. Davin Games are locked in a tight fight for 15. Maya is closing in on the leaders, trying to make a move. Amy and Neotexum are still neck and neck for 3rd place. No clear winner yet. Estes Davin Games and Max Beerley are locked in a fierce fight for 14th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Wow, Naibe just won the race. Looks like they really knew how to leave everyone in the dust. Congratulations on the impressive victory. Wow, Naiba, you really outdid yourself. Congratulations on winning the race. Now everyone's gonna be chasing that glory. And hey, Maya, looks like you snatched the fastest lap prize. The 1982 URD C81 Group C2 is all yours. Time to add a vintage beast to the collection. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the Porsche Carrera G stands a pretty good shot. It's got that legendary V10 engine, and a reputation for razor-sharp handling. Plus it's built with the track in mind, so it should hold its own on magny course. The Lamborghini Murcielago might give it a run for its money because of its brute power. But honestly, I think the Porsche's blend of speed and agility makes it the frontrunner here. Alright everyone, buckle up because the clock is ticking. Only a few seconds left to pick your favorite car before the race kicks off. Make your choice now or forever hold your peace in last place. Oh wow, what a matchup. We've got Lee Russell in a 27 Lamborghini Reventon, which is a pretty sleek and powerful car. On the other hand, Tim Tanatia is bringing a 2003 Ferrari 360 CS, a classic that's known for its agility and precision. Considering the age difference and the specs, I'd say the Lamborghini has a slight edge with that big V12 engine and modern tech, but the Ferrari's lightweight design and sharp handling could make it a tough competitor. It's a close call, but I'd put my chips on Lee Russell in the Lamborghini to take this one. Unless the Ferrari's driver is really feeling the magic of that Italian flair and surprises us all. What do you guys think? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Magny Cours with Buffon 19 on pole in a 2001 Tommy Kyra ZZ Tucal. Let's see if that vintage speedster can hold its lead. Buffon 19 has taken the lead right out of the gate. Triat is holding strong in second place, and Tukins Flora is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Unistix is charging through the field, now in third place after overtaking 3 cars. Tukins Flora and Unistix are nose to tail, fighting hard for third. Anka Tobin and Wayne Ubretsky are locked in a close duel for 7th. Unistix is now in second place. Drew Orfals and TPPPA are neck and neck for 5th. Gani Tapsum Bombsis is chipping away at Uncle Tobin, closing the gap by over a second. Delta 84 is on a charge, climbing 3 spots to 7th. Lee Russell is also on the move, overtaking 4 cars to land in 8th. Drew Orfals is making a steady climb, moving up 1 spot to 5th. Uncle Tobin just overtook someone to take the 10th place. Weni Tapsumbong X is right behind, both fighting for that 10th spot. Looks like a close battle for 10th. Tukin's Flora is climbing to 3rd place. The Foz 84 is advancing to 6th. Uncle Tobin and Wayne Gretzky are locked in a close fight for 9th. Le Roussel just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th place. Wentita Tianlions and Uncle Tobin are nose to nose for 10th place. Buffin in 18 is leading in a 2001 Tommy Kyra ZZ2 Conti. Looks like they're cruising at the front with no real challenge so far. Le Roussel and the Foz 84 are nose to nose for 6th place. Weni Tapsumbong is climbing fast, now in 9th. Wayne Gretzky and Uncle Tobin are locked in a close fight for 10th. Le Roussel just moved up 1 spot to 6th place. The Foz 84 and Le Roussel are nose to nose for 6th. Wenti Tapsumbong is closing in on TPPPA, cutting the gap by 24 seconds. Le Roussel just gained 1 spot and is now in 5th place. Drew Orfals and Le Roussel are neck and neck for 5th place. Wenti Tapsumbong and TPPPA are fighting hard for 8th place. Le Roussel is really closing the gap on Triad now. Wente Tapsumbong just overtook someone to take 8th place. Alexas Nobrain is climbing up to 9th. Things are heating up at the back. The modern street cars are pretty evenly matched here. But the track's tight corners at Magny-Cours are probably favoring more agile cars like the Tommy Kyra and Mosler. The slower cars are struggling to keep up, so the class and track combo seem to be favoring lighter, nimble vehicles. Le Roussel is now in 4th place. Drew Orfals is getting closer to Triad, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Alexas Nobrain has moved up to 8th place. The modern street cars are holding a tight pack with some fast lap times, but the older Porsche is hanging in there. The track's probably favoring agility and grip over raw power, which keeps the front runners close. Le Roussel is closing in on 2 kinds of Flora, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Alexas Nobrain is climbing 2 spots to 6th place. Wenti Tapsumbong is moving up 1 spot to 8th. Le Roussel is comfortably in 4th and gaining ground, while Team Tenadia is stuck in the back at 14. Looks like a tough fight for them. Alexas Nobrain just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Triad is right behind, so this fight for 5th is about to get interesting. Congratulations to Buffy 19 on winning the race. Looks like someone's got the speed and the luck today. Well done. Wow, Buffini 19 really pulled off an amazing win. Congratulations! That was some impressive racing. Looks like they've got the skills to pay the bills. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. Sure! Did you know that the 1958 Ferrari 246 F1 was actually the last front-engine Formula One car Ferrari ever made? After that, they switched to the more modern rear-engine design and never looked back. So in a way, it's like the end of an era and a pretty classic piece of racing history. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to get your vote in before it's too late. Don't let your choice be a regret in this epic race. Wow, this is a throwback showdown for the ages. The Lotus 12 from 1958 is charming, but it's more about that vintage racing flair than top speed. Meanwhile, the Talbot Lago T26C from 1950 has that classic elegance, but might struggle with agility on the tight Marina Bay streets. If I had to bet, I'd say Medisperi's Talbot Lago might have a slight edge because of its power and slightly more modern design. But don't count out Maya's Lotus just yet. That old-school charm might just surprise us and put up a good fight. Let's see how the AI manages these vintage beasts around those tricky turns. Welcome back, Jordan. Glad you could join us again. Prepare to witness some epic AI car races that are bound to keep you on the edge of your seat. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Marina Bay Street Circuit, and Amy is on pole in her classic 1951 Alfa Romeo 159. Honestly, with that vintage beauty at the front, this race just got a whole lot more interesting. Let's see if the old-timer has what it takes. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Indus Platinum in second and Crandy Live holding on to third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Telescope Bime is climbing to third place. Maya is also advancing to fourth. Naiba is making a move up to sixth. The race is heating up. Naibe advances to 5th place. Rafael and Krandilaev are locked in a close fight for 6th. Annex Zagarax climbs to 12th. Naibe and Maya are nose to tail for 4th place. Nadisperi just nudged up 1 spot to 7th. Rafael and Nadisperi are now locked in a close fight for 7th. Ingles Platinum is driving a Mercedes-Benz W196, a classic racing machine. They're currently in 2nd place and seem to be holding a solid pace. Alex Has No Brain is climbing up to 8th place. Deplorably Apple is now 9th. And Exagerax has jumped 2 spots to 10th. Maya is climbing up to 3rd place. Naiba and Belisco Bayan are nose to nose for 4th. James Mayo is inching closer to the top 10. Naiba is climbing to 4th place. Grandelev is closing in on Belisco Bayan, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Anax Zagarax and Deplorably Apple are locked in a close fight for 9th. Anax Zagarax just overtook Deplorably Apple. So now they are battling for 8th place. Deplorably Apple is not giving up easily though. Still right behind. The F1 1950 cars are pretty evenly matched on this tight street circuit, so it's all about driver skill and strategy rather than car advantage. Maya and Indust Platinum are neck and neck for 2nd place. Rafael is closing in on Equinox 2, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Naibe is climbing to 3rd place. Telescopeme is now 4. Kranadiai has moved into 5th. The race is heating up. Alex Has No Brain just overtook someone to move up to 7th place. Maya and Alex Arena fight for 6th now. Rafael is narrowing the gap to Equinox 2 by 130 seconds, so expect some action soon. Alex Has No Brain advances to 6th place. Anaxagorax climbs 2 spots to 7th. The battle for 7th is heating up between Maya and Anaxagorax. Anaxagorax and Alex Has No Brain are nose to tail for 6th place. Balsamate, Info 83, just gained 1 spot and is now in 12th. Anaxagorax and Alex Has No Brain are neck and neck for 6th place. Equinox 2 is making a move, climbing up to 13. Alex Has No Brain is climbing up to 5th place. Grandelev and Alexa are battling hard for that same spot. James Mayo is closing in on Deplorable Apple, shrinking the gap by 2.6 seconds. Grandelev just gained 1 spot and is now in 5th place. Rafael and Exclusive Godox are nose to nose for 14th. Wow, Amy just won the race. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Amy, you really showed everyone who's boss, didn't you? Congratulations on winning the race. And with the fastest lap, you've earned yourself a beautiful 1951 Alfa Romeo 159. Not too shabby at all. And Maya, look at you winning the bet race. A 1958 Lotus 12 is a pretty sweet prize. I guess all those virtual laps paid off, huh? Well done, both of you. Sure thing. The Baikoniki high-speed ring is famous for its exhilarating tight turns and high-speed straights, making it a favorite for both drivers and spectators alike. A fun fact is that this track was originally built for testing race cars and honing high-speed skills, so it's basically a playground for speed enthusiasts. Imagine pushing AI cars to the limit on a track with such a rich racing history. It's like watching a high-speed chess match. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make it happen before the race kicks off. Don't want to miss out on bragging rights after your car takes the lead, do you? Get those choices in fast. Well, this is quite the unusual matchup. Sputnik NZ with a 2008 Citroën C4 VTS. Sounds like a quick little hatchback. Probably nimble but maybe lacking the raw power of a larger sedan. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here with a 1998 Toyota Chaser, which is known for its balance and a bit of a sporty reputation, especially if it's the right model. Given the high-speed nature of Baikoniki, I'd bet on the Toyota Chaser having the edge in stability and power, making me think I might just edge out Sputnik NZ. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Maybe the Citroën's agility will surprise us all. Let's watch and find out. Alright folks. The race kicks off at the Baikoniki high-speed ring with Lil Sprout leading the pack in a classic 2000 Acura Integra GSR. Let's see if this nostalgia can hold off the modern competition. Lil Sprout is leading the race with Amy right behind in second place. Wayne Gretzky is in third, trying to keep up. Wayne Gretzky is now first place. Looks like the battle for pole is heating up with Amy right behind. La Rache has climbed to fourth place, closing in on the top three. Naiba is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. Thibaut Am is gaining ground, moving 2 spots to take third. Lil Sprout and T-Bomb are nose to tail, battling hard for third. Deplorably and Lil Sprout are neck and neck for fourth place. Buchitsero is climbing up to 13. J Boogie is pushing into 16. Deplorably is climbing up to 4th place. Bunnysoft Doom is also making moves up to 6th place. Lyra Shea and Bunnysoft Doom are nose to tail for 6th. Geogi Numericals and Jordanch are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Buchitsero and Geogo Numericals are battling hard for 12th. Majeko Bleich just gained 1 position and is now in 14. Buchitsero advances to 12th place. Spear Like Hail also moves up to 14th place. Majeko Bleich and Spear Like Hail are nose to nose for 14th place. Deplorably is climbing steadily to 3rd place. Bunnies of Doom is also making moves up to 5th. Lil Sprout and Bunnies of Doom are nose to nose for 5th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Deplorably Apple climbing to 2nd place. Bunnies of Doom chipping away at T-Bomb's lead. Buchitsero closing in on Beyond Fu Dark Souls with a 2.4 second gain. Buchitsero and Beyond Fu Dark Souls locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Naiba and Lirashaya locked in a tight battle for 7th place. Buchitsero is climbing up 1 spot to 10th. I am inching up 1 position to 21st. Bunnysoft Doom is closing in on T-Bone, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Le Rocher is climbing up the field, moving up 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Lil Sprout and La Rocher are nose to tail, fighting for 6th place. Deplorably Apple just overtook to take the lead. Wayne Bretsky is right on their tail, so expect some fireworks soon. Bunnysoft Doom and T-Bomb are still neck and neck for 4th place. No clear winner yet. Wayne Bretsky takes the lead and is now in 1st place. Bunnysoft Doom climbs 2 spots and is now in 3rd. Buchitsero advances 1 position to 9th. Buchitsero and Naibe are nose to nose fighting for 8th place. Naibe advances to 7th place. Lairasha and Naibe are nose to nose for 6th. Buchitsero climbs to 8th. Deplorable Apple is inching closer to Wayne Bretsky, cutting the gap by over a second. Naiba just jumped 1 spot to 6th. Geogina Miracles is closing in on Beyond Fu Dark Souls, narrowing the distance by a second. Naiba is gaining on T-Bomb, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Buchitsero has moved up 1 spot to 7th. Miriam Widar is closing in on me, reducing the gap by 2.8 seconds. Geogina Miracles just overtook Beyond Fu Dark Souls for 11th place. Sputnik NZ is climbing up to 18th. The battle for 11th is getting interesting. Deplorably Apple and Wayne Bretsky are neck and neck for 1st place. T-Bomb just snuck into 4th place, climbing up 1 spot. Buchisero is closing in on Naibe, chipping away at the gap by a second and a half. Naibe is climbing fast, and just overtook 2 cars to take 4th place. T-Bomb and Naibe are nose-to-tail fighting for that spot. Buchisero is also making moves, climbing 1 position to sit in 6th. Bunnies of Doom is closing in on Deplorable Apple, the gap shrinking by 1.5 seconds. Yogi Numericals is climbing 2 spots to take 9th place. Yebuuki is moving up 1 spot to land in 12th. Buchio just overtook someone to take 5th place. Laroche is closing in on Amy and has cut the gap by a second. Alex Has No Brain is climbing up to the 13th spot. Wayne Gretzky, looks like you just proved you're the fastest around. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Wayne Gretzky really took the checkered flag with style. Congratulations on the win. You drove like you had a turbo boost hidden somewhere. And hey Naib, with the fastest lap, you've earned yourself a pretty sleek ride. Claim that 2016 Lexus IS 350 and enjoy cruising around in what I'd call a very classy machine. Well done to both of you. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make a move. The countdown is almost up, so don't miss out on your chance to see which vehicle will dominate the race. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, so we've got Wolf's Light in a classic Fiat Ritmo 130 Abarth and me in a Peugeot 205 Rally. Both of these cars are pretty charming in their own right, but very different in character. The Fiat is lightweight and nimble, but may struggle with power and stability, especially on a reverse track like du Grand Sambuca. My Peugeot, on the other hand, is known for its agility in rally routes, so I might have the edge on tight corners and quick maneuvers. Given the track and cars, I'd probably say I have a slight advantage, but Wolf's Light could surprise us if the Fiat manages to find some unexpected grip. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Who are you betting on? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Dukrun Sambuk reverse track, and leading the pack is Princess Wildface in a classic 1991 Honda Civic CR2. Let's see if that old school charm can hold up. Princess Wildface is leading the race right now. Nox Exodus is holding second place, and Wolf's Light is in third. Looks like a pretty tight start so far. Maya is now in second place, climbing 2 spots. IP Air Dope advances 1 spot into 4th. Captain Canadian moves up 2 spots into 6th. Nox Exodus is climbing to 2nd place. Amy is also making moves, now in 10th. Justin Gilux is in 10th place with a 1999 Citroën X Sarah Don. Looks like he's holding steady but not making much progress. Nox Exodus is closing in on Princess Wildface, cutting the gap by a second. 1. Chubby Boy has climbed 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Captain Canadian and Chubby Boy RJ are locked in a fierce duel for 6th position. Amy is on a roll, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Justin Gilks is climbing steadily into the top 10. Thomas Moran is chipping away at Lemon Cult Games, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Nox Exodus is leading in a 1997 Citroën ZX. Looks like they're holding steady at the front, no signs of slowing down or overtaking. Naiba is driving a Citroën EX GTI from 1992. They're currently in 9th place, holding a steady position but not making much noise in the race. Nox Exodus and Princess Wildface are neck and neck for the lead. No clear gap yet. Amy has just overtaken someone and is now in 6th place, closing in. Maya is narrowing the distance to Nox Exodus, cutting it down by 1.4 seconds. Amy has climbed 1 spot and is now in 5th place. Maya is in 4th place with a Peugeot 205 Rally. The car's fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader. Looks like a steady race, but there's room to pick up the pace. Nox Exodus is climbing up to take the lead. Captain Canadian and Chubby Boy RJ are locked in a close fight for 7th place. Amy is leading the race in a Peugeot 306 Maxi. She's got a significant gap ahead and is pushing hard with the fastest laps so far. Looks like she's in control. Amy's pushing hard with the fastest lap, but she's still 12 places behind the leader. She might be saving fuel, or just playing the long game. Nox Exodus is leading in a 1997 Citroën ZX, which is quite a classic choice. They're holding a solid lead and have the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're cruising smoothly at the front. The Group N cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track's tight corners seem to favor those with better handling and acceleration. The Citroëns are holding their own, but the Peugeot and Fiat are hanging in there. Wolf's Light is gaining on AP Dope, but still a good second behind. Ariu Serial is hot on Zufik's tail now, closing the gap steadily. Tubby Boy RJ is racing a 1992 Citroën iX GTI. They're currently in 8th place, just behind their teammate and a bit ahead of the pack. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. The Group N cars are close in performance, but the track's tight reverse layout favors nimble cars like the Citroën AX GTI and Peugeot 306 Maxi. The more powerful cars seem to struggle with handling, which is why the top spots are tightly contested. Ariu Serial is driving a 1984 Fiat Ritmo 130 Abarth. Their race seems to be a bit shaky, currently in the 13th place and struggling to keep up with the pack. Well, look at that. Nox Exodus took the top spot. Guess all that practice paid off. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Nox Exodus for winning the race. Well done on crossing that finish line first. Now, as for the lucky drivers who get to claim some fantastic cars, Maya, you crushed it in the bet race and can now take home a classic 1985 Peugeot 205 Riley. In Group N, Amy, you were the queen of overtaking today. So you get to claim a 1999 Peugeot 306 Maxi, also in Group. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Albert Park has tight corners and swift chicanes that require a car to be nimble and responsive. A balanced setup that allows for quick turning and good stability through the bends is essential. Straight line speed is important too, but the real challenge is mastering those twists and turns without losing control. So, a good mix of cornering grip and decent acceleration would be my top priorities for this race. Alright, so we've got Jarl in the Toro Rosso and Moses in the Red Bull. Considering the cars, the Red Bull RB14 is known for being a pretty strong performer, especially in terms of speed and handling. The Toro Rosso, while decent, isn't quite on the same level in terms of outright performance. Though, I'd say Moses with the Red Bull probably has the edge here. But hey, race day surprises are the best part of all this. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Albert Park and Wolf of Eco is starting on pole, driving a 2018 Ferrari Ace H71H. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Wolf of Eco is leading the race. Pace CRR is in second, and Uncle Tobin is holding third. Looks like a pretty interesting start. Uncle Tobin is climbing nicely into second place. XOSAs is also making moves, now in fourth. Epic Sugar and XOSAs are nose to nose for that fourth spot. Looks like a battle of the ages. Global Atil is climbing to fifth place. Buchicero is now seventh. Buchicero and Epic Sugar are nose to nose for sixth. Globeskia and XOSS are nose to tail for fourth place. Charon Roses has gained one spot, now 15th. Shran is also climbing, now 18th. XOSS just sneaked into third place. Strutting Jarl and Orange Funk are nose to tail for 12th. Lobaltexa is advancing one spot to take fourth place. Pace CIR and Global Excel are locked in a close fight for fourth. Strutting Jarl is also climbing one spot to 12th. Double and Beats with Kevin nose to tail for 10th place. Kyosify and Maya are locked in a close fight for 20th. Globos Edsel is driving a Renault RS18 and currently sits in 6th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise up front. Global IC is driving a Renault RS18 and currently in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady, probably just waiting for the right moment to make a move. Epic Sugar is driving a Ferrari SH71H. They are currently in 7th place, holding steady but not making any big moves. Globos Excel just edged ahead of XOSAs for 3rd place. They're really neck and neck now. Orange Funk's car is a Renault RS18, and they are currently in the 14th position. Their race looks pretty quiet so far with no notable moves or lap times. Global Exil and Uncle Tobin are neck and neck for 2nd place. Beats with Kef is climbing up to 9th. Kyosify and I are locked in a close fight for 20th. Globos AU is driving a Renault RS18 and is currently in 3rd place. They've set the fastest lap of the race so far at 1 minute, 27 seconds and 81 milliseconds. Looks like they're pushing hard and making the most of their car. Beats with Kef is in 10th place, driving a Haas V F18. Their fastest lap is a 1:31.594, which is noticeably slower than the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep pace today. Liu Kaiju is driving a Williams FW41, which is known for its tricky handling. They're currently in 9th place, just behind the top 10. with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 30 seconds and 4 hundredths. Looks like they're holding their own but not making much progress. Loboixi is holding the fastest lap, but is in 3rd place. Looks like he's saving some pace for a late push or just enjoying the view from behind. Maya's Red Bull RB14 is in 21st place and has a fastest lap of 1 minute 30 seconds and 716 milliseconds. Looks like the race is a bit of a struggle so far. Global Ixel is trying to hold off Uncle Tobin for 2nd place. Beats with Kef and Lakaiju are nose to tail for 8th. Epic Sugar is driving a Ferrari ES H71H and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is just over a second slower than the leader. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite close enough to challenge the top. Congratulations, Wolf of Aiko. Looks like you've taken the top spot again. Guess the race was just too easy for you. Wow, what an incredible win for Wolf of Eco. Congratulations to them for dominating the race like a true champion. Looks like all those hours of virtual practice really paid off. Everyone give a round of applause for that impressive victory. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 2017 Porsche 911 GT 3 Cup. It's newer, has some upgrades, and generally should have a bit more bite in the corners. The 2010 Porsche 911 7 GT 3 Cup is no slouch. But the slight edge in age, and likely technology, means the 2017 model might just carve out a tiny lead on that tight Tsukuba circuit. Alright. This is like choosing between a fine wine and an aged whiskey, isn't it? Amy's got that shiny 2017 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, which is pretty much the newer, flashier sibling. Vina 17 is steering the 2010 Porsche 911 97 GT3 Cup, so it's got a few years on it but still holds its own. Given the differences, I'd say Amy's car has the edge with that slight technology and handling advantage of the newer model. But hey, old cars are known for their character, and maybe a bit more unpredictability. I'm leaning towards Amy's Porsche winning this race, but don't be shocked if Vinha 17 pulls off a surprise. It's Porsche after all. The more experienced one might just surprise us. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Tsukuba Short Track and Bjorn Art is starting right at the front, driving a classic 2010 Porsche 911 97G T3 Cup. Let's see if he can hold on to that pole position, or if the others have a different plan. Bjorn Art has shot to the front, leading the race. Agritz 34 is holding strong in second place. Aethaplasm is currently in third, trying to keep up with the leaders. Broxworth is climbing up to third place. Celestia Linari is also making moves to fifth. Bioat and Celestia Linari are nose to nose for that fifth spot. Celestia Linari and Aethaplasm are nose to tail for fourth place. Naibe just gained one spot and is now 12th. Your Instinct and Naibe are also locked in a close fight for the same position. Agritz 34 is driving a 2010 Porsche 997 GT 3 Cup paddock. They're currently in second place, holding a solid position but not quite close enough to challenge the leader yet. Looks like a steady race so far. Bioa and Celestia Linari are neck and neck for fifth place. Naibe and Fiven Zerugai are locked in a close fight for 11th. Maya and Your Instinct are trading positions for 13th. Your Instinct is closing in on Naibe, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Naibe and Your Instinct are now fighting for the same spot, 12th place. Naibe is holding on for now. Bioat just sneaked into fifth place. Then Hassantin and Amy are still nose to nose for 9th. Naibe is climbing up to 11th. Expasic Switch is driving a 2017 Porsche 919999 GT 3 Cup. Looks like they're struggling a bit with pace, currently in the 13th spot, and a bit behind the leaders. Broxworth is driving a 2010 Porsche 997 GT3 Cup, and is currently in third place. Looks like they're holding steady, but no real threats right now. The 911 Cup cars are pretty evenly matched, but the older 2010 models are holding their own against the newer 2017s. The track favors skill over tech, so driver talent is making the real difference here. The 911 Cup cars are pretty evenly matched, but the shorter Tsukuba track favors smaller, nimble cars like the 2017 models. The mix of older and newer cars is causing some interesting overtakes, especially with the faster lap times from the 2017. Rusnapalm 6 is just ahead of Celestia Linari now. Looks like a close fight for 6th place. Meanwhile, Fivenserogai and Naibe are nose to tail for 11th. This race is heating up. Rusnapalm 6 just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Celestia Linari and Rusnapalm 6 are nose to tail for 6th. Fivenserogai and Naibe are battling hard for 11th. Bjorn Art is leading in a 2010 Porsche 997 GT 3 Cup. Hot. Looks like they're setting the pace with the fastest lap so far. Race seems pretty smooth for now. Rusnapalm 6 just gained one spot and is now in 5th place. Maya also moved up one spot and is now in 13th. Your Instinct and Maya are nose to tail for the 13th position. Bjorn Art is clearly in control, holding the lead and setting the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race wrapped up unless he suddenly forgets how to drive. Wow, Bjorn Art, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Now go enjoy that shiny trophy. Wow, Bjorn Art, you really took the checkered flag there. Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving from the AI. You're definitely on a winning streak now. Sure. The 1970 Dodge Challenger was actually one of the first muscle cars to be designed from the ground up for performance, not just style. It was so popular that Dodge initially didn't even plan to build it. But the demand was so high, they decided to go ahead. So, basically, it was a car that everyone wanted before it was even on the road. Classic example of how boldness pays off. Alright folks, the clock is ticking and those cars are practically reviving their engines waiting for your pick. If you haven't chosen your favorite yet, now's the time or you might end up with whatever's left over. Hurry up before it's too late, and we start the race without your input. Oh, this is a classic showdown. Both cars are from the same era, so it's really about which one has the edge on Monaco's tricky streets. The Pontiac Firebird is known for its power and agility, which could give it an advantage in tight corners. Meanwhile, the Plymouth Barracuda is a bit more lightweight and nimble, potentially making it a sneaky fast contender. Honestly, I'd give the slight edge to Maya and her Firebird just because of that raw power. But don't count out Epic Sugar's Barracuda lurking around for an upset. It's going to be a close one. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Monaco, and Amy is starting on pole in her classic 1967 Mercury Cougar. Who's ready to watch that vintage beauty roar into the lead? The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Squat Bender in second, and the Betty White Show in third. Looks like the top three are already setting the pace. The Betty White Show and Squat Bender are nose to tail for second place. Gravy Graves and Naya are also close, fighting for 4th. Its Sarur just overtook a car and is now in 12th. The Betty White Show just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Squatbender and the Betty White Show are nose to nose for 2nd. Gravy Graves is climbing up to 4th. Squatbender is climbing up to 2nd place. Maya is making her way to 4th. Ruki Miriki is sneaking into 8th. Zikapal is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. The Betty White Show is inching closer to the front, now in 2nd. Day Factor is also making moves, grabbing 6th place. Epic Sugar is on a roll, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 5 cars. Iconic Odd is making steady progress, now in 10th. Ablasa is also moving up, now in 13th after gaining 2 spots. Zimplamarcas is on the move, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ablaes is climbing steadily, now in 12th. Casteflex is also advancing, now in 14th. Squatbender is climbing to 3rd place. Maya is also moving up to 4th. Gravy Graves is making a move to 5th. Looks like a tight battle for those top positions. Epic Sugar is gaining on its Saror, closing the gap to just over 5.5 seconds. Ablaze is catching Iconic Odd, chipping away at the lead by a little over a second. Monaco's tight corners are definitely favoring the vintage cars with better handling. Overtakes are rare, so positioning early is crucial. Expect some strategic moves in the last laps. Monaco's tight corners are definitely favoring the vintage cars with better handling, keeping the top 3 tightly packed. Its Saror is climbing up to 12th place. Epic Sugar is catching Keystaflex fast, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Gravy Graves is climbing to 4th place. Day Factor is also moving up to 5th. Ablas is closing in on Iconic Odd, cutting the gap by over a second. Ablaze is now just a second behind Iconic Odd. Epic Sugar is gaining on Kistflex, closing the gap by over a second. Maya is gaining on Defactor, closing the gap to just over 2 seconds. Rukimiriki is hot on Maya's tail, closing in by nearly 4 seconds. Its Saror is catching Emerald Tick 3988, but only by a little over a second. Ablaze has moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Emerald Tick 3988 is also climbing 1 spot to 10th. Its Saror is making a similar move up to 11th. Simpler Markers is driving a classic Austin Mini Cooper Ace from 1964. They're currently in 8th place and seem to be stuck behind some slower cars, with no signs of overtaking yet. Emerald Tick 3988 is climbing to 10th place. Its Saror is now 11th. K-Steflex is knocking on the door of the top 10 and 12. Epic Sugar is now in 13th place, climbing one spot. Simpler Markers has also moved up one spot into 14. Ablaaz is driving a 1968 Porsche 912R, a classic with a reputation for balanced handling. Their race looks steady so far, sitting in 10th place with a decent lap time of just over 2 minutes. Wow, Amy. Looks like you've just proved you're the fastest on the track. Nice job winning the race. Wow, congratulations to Amy. You really drove that race like a pro. Now, as for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, mine, congratulations on winning the bet race. You get to claim the classic 1970 Pontiac Firebird. I hope you enjoy cruising in that vintage Trans Am. Well done to everyone today. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would bet on the 1973 Porsche 911 RS. It's got that classic combination of handling and speed that makes it a dangerous competitor on a tight circuit like Maple Valley Short Reverse. Plus, its rear engine layout means it can whip through corners with just enough flair to keep things interesting. I have a feeling it will outmaneuver the more blocky muscle cars, and maybe even leave the exotic Ferrari G2 in the dust. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time before the clock runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which vehicle will dominate the race. Get those choices in quick. Wow, what a classic showdown. The Triumph TR3B is known for its lightweight agility, so it might have the edge on those tighter corners. On the other hand, the Chevrolet Corvair, with its unique rear engine layout, could surprise us with some unexpected speed. Honestly, I'd say it all comes down to how the AI handles that rear engine behavior on Maple Valley, short reverse. My gut tells me that Triumph might have a slight advantage with its nimbleness. But don't count out the Corvair just yet. This race could swing either way depending on the AI's driving style. Stay tuned, folks. It's about to get interesting. Alright folks, the race is off at Maple Valley short reverse, and leading the pack is the Group 3 N body notes with a classic 1966 Shelby GT50 on pole. Get ready for some vintage muscle action. N body notes has taken an early lead with Maya right behind in second place. Nulavi is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Naibe is climbing fast, now in fourth place. Dr. Felix and Naibe are nose to nose for that position. Amy is making a move, now in sixth place. Naibe advances to third place. Amy climbs to fifth. Nonstop and JC Productions are locked in a close fight for seventh. Nulavi is climbing to second place. Maya and Nulavi are nose to tail for that spot. JC Productions is inching closer to the top six. Naibe and Nulavi are nose to nose for third place. Dr. Felix and JC Productions are also locked in a close fight for sixth. Naibe advances to third place. Maya and Naibe are nose to nose for second. Nonstop climbs to seventh. Nulavi is climbing up to third place. Naibe and Nulavi are nose to tail for that spot. Alan 656 is inching closer to the top 10. Nulavi is trying to hold off Maya for second place. Nonstop and JC Productions are swapping positions every corner for sixth. Okinabaka and La Croissant 1980 are nose to tail at 15th. Nulavi is climbing fast to take the lead. Maya and N body notes are nose to tail for second place. Nonstop is making a move up to fifth. Naibe and Maya are nose to tail for third place. JC Productions is chipping away at Amy's lead, now just a second and a half behind. Nulavi is leading the race in a 1969 Chevrolet Corvair, which is known for its rear engine layout and unique design. They're holding a solid lead and have the fastest lap so far, so it looks like they're enjoying a smooth run. Nonstop is climbing up to third place. Nonstop and N body notes are nose to tail for second. Alan 656 is making a move to 8th place. Naida and Maya are nose to tail fighting for 4th place. La Croissant 1980 is climbing up to 15th. Looks like they're on a mission. Amy is in 8th place driving a 1962 Triumph TR 3B. Their lap time is over a second slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Mestek is climbing up to 2nd place. Body Notes and Nstek are battling closely for that position. Naibe is also moving up to 4th place. DC Productions is climbing up to 6th place. Asuroni is advancing to 13th. Naibe is gaining on Body Notes, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Lotusos is catching up to Okinabaka, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Body Notes is driving a 1966 Shelby G350 and currently in 3rd place. They've set the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard to stay in the top 3. Nulavi is comfortably leading and has the fastest lap, so it looks like he's in control unless someone pulls off a miracle. Nulavi is leading the race in a 1969 Chevrolet Corvair. Looks like they've been fast and consistent, holding the top spot with the best lap just under 49 seconds. The race seems to be theirs to lose so far. La Croissant 1980 just moved up 1 spot to 14. Lotusos is narrowing the gap on Okinabaka by 140 seconds. Lotusos is driving a 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ, a lightweight and agile car. They're currently in the last position among Group 2 racers, but are closing the gap with the fastest lap of 54.266 seconds. Looks like they're trying to make a move. Wow. Nulavi really took the checkered flag. Guess they were just too fast for everyone else. Well done. Wow. Nulavi really showed everyone how it's done. Great job winning the race. You must have some serious skills behind the wheel. Now I hope you're ready to defend that title because we've got plenty more races coming up. Sure thing. Did you know that the 1995 Indy cars were some of the last to feature manual transmissions? That means drivers had to actually shift gears themselves during those insane high-speed races, instead of just letting the car do all the work. Can you imagine trying to keep up with that adrenaline rush? and clutch control all at once. Now that's some old school racing skills right there. Well, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery, it's like trying to pick a winner in a game of chance. The 1995 Penske PC23 is a classic, but without any info on their skills or experience, I might as well flip a coin. Let's just sit back and see which driver surprises us first. Though I have a feeling it'll be a wild ride no matter who takes the checkered flag. Alright everyone, the race is off at America Track. Reinecke is leading the pack, starting on pole with a classic 1995 Penske PC23. Let's see if the old school charm can hold up. Ovidus has taken an early lead. Reinecke is holding strong in second, and Biawat is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Reinecke just took the lead and is now in first place. Rosé Goldaming has moved up to third. Rosé Goldaming and Ovidus are neck and neck for second place. Looks like a close fight. Amy is on a roll, climbing to 12th place. Plibis 3 is making a move to 19. Rome Spider is pushing to 23. The race is heating up. Connor Malady is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 27. Next Boring Life and Dirock Official are nose to nose for 7th. Le Kaiju just nudged up 1 spot to 10th. Naiba advances to 10th place. Amy climbs to 11 and move up to 15. Maya and Hellskank are battling for 14th place, nose to tail. Maya is now in 14th place, moving up 1 spot. Plebis 3 has also gained 1 position and is right behind in 15th. They are nose to tail in this close fight for 14th. Maya is closing in on the pack as she moves into 7th place. Amy and Naibe are still neck and neck for 10th. Tug on It DTV just bumped up to 21st. Rune Spider and Tug on It DTV are still fighting for 22nd. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Amy just overtook someone to move into 10th. Diogo Numericals is inching closer to P11. Now, in 12th. Naida and Diogo Numericals are nose to nose for 11. Connor Maldi is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to 24th. Plebis 3 is having a rough time, dropping 13 places to 30. Diogo Numericals is inching forward, moving up 1 spot to 11. Hell's Kank just overtook someone to move into 14th place. Maya and Hellskank are nose to tail for that spot. Bilesko, Baima and Waldo are also locked in a close fight for 17th. Beef Sliders and Rose Gold Gaming are nose to tail for 4th place. Red Panda Man 84 and Exploring Life are locked in a close fight for 8th. Naiba and Lakaiju are battling it out for 12th. Rosie Gold Gaming is climbing up to 3rd place. Beef Sliders and BioArt are battling fiercely for 4th. Daruk Official and Amber Pink Wolf are locked in a close fight for 6th. Wow, Reiniki really took the lead and claimed the victory. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, big congrats to Reiniki for winning the race. That was some impressive driving. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Amy, you snagged the fastest lap, so you're eligible to claim the 1995 Renard 95 Owen. Nice choice. That car's got some serious vintage racing flair. Keep up the good work, everyone. This race just keeps getting better. If I had to pick one of these cars to win on the Ale circuit, I would go with the 1973 Porsche 911R. Its balance and agility are legendary, especially in tricky circuits. Plus it has that racing pedigree that could give it an edge over the more muscle-bound options. I mean, with that rear engine layout and the way Porsche's engineers tuned it, I wouldn't be surprised if it surprises everyone and takes home the trophy. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, you've got just a few seconds left. Hurry up before they all get shuffled without you. Oh wow, we have a classic American muscle car up against a European tiny racer. That Holden Monaro is a beast from the 60s, known for its raw power and big engine vibes. On the other hand, the Abarth is probably more agile and nimble, perfect for zipping through tight corners. So, if this is a straight line race, I'd probably put my chips on Rummy Fizz 13 and that Monaro to dominate with its brute strength. But if the track demands quick turns and precision, Amy's Abarth could surprise us all and squeeze out a win. Either way, I'll be watching closely because this is shaping up to be a very fun showdown. Who do you think has the edge? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Ailey's track, and leading the pack from the very front is the Group 3 car in the class Telescope, a classic 1971 Ford Falcon. Let's see if that old timer can hold the lead or if the new tech takes over. Telescope has shot off the line into the lead. Maya is holding second place, trying to keep up. CB is in third, not far behind but already a bit off the pace. CB is now in first place. Naiba has climbed 2 spots to third. Rumi is 13, and Naiba are nose to nose for third position. Rumi is 13 is climbing to third place. Looks like the battle for second is heating up between Rumi is 13 and Telescope. Amy is making a move to 5th place. Maya is climbing to 5th place. Buckyboard is now in 7th. Scorched Log has moved into 9th. Looks like everyone's making a little progress. Leum is driving a 1973 Triumph Dolomite Sprint, known for its sharp handling. They are currently in the 11th spot, so they're just hanging around the middle of the pack, probably waiting for a chance to make a move. Telescope is leading in a classic 1971 Ford Falcon. Looks like they're holding steady at the front, probably enjoying a comfortable gap. Race seems smooth so far. Bass Kitten V is in 8th place, driving a 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making much progress. Rumi is 13 just snatched second place from someone, and is now chasing the leader. Telescope and Rumi is 13 are nose to nose. Looks like a battle for second is heating up. Valiant Thief is closing the gap on Scorched Log, inching closer with every lap. Telescope is climbing up to second place. Naiba is narrowing the gap to Rumi is 13 by 1.4 seconds. Leum is driving a 1973 Triumph Dolomite Sprint, known for its sporty design and decent performance. They're currently in the 11th spot, so it looks like they're holding steady but not quite making the move forward. Buckyboard is in 8th place driving a 1961 GMS Sprint. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise in the top spots. Leum is racing a 1973 Triumph Dolomite Sprint, which is known for its sporty design and decent handling. Looks like they're struggling a bit, as their lap time is showing a placeholder instead of a real time, so their race might not be going smoothly. Rumia Fizz 13 is climbing to second place. Amy is making her way to fifth. Telescope Baima is driving a 1971 Ford Falcon and is currently in third place. They set the fastest lap of the race so far with a 1:39.58. Looks like they're holding a strong position and pushing hard. Buckyboard is driving a 1961 MGMG A Sprint, which is in Group 2. They're currently in 8th place and their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. BUART is racing a 1964 Austin Healey 3000 mark on the eye, a classic British roadster known for its stylish design and decent performance. They are currently in the 12th position, which suggests a tough race so far with some room for improvement. Naiba moves up to third place. Amy is now 1.2 seconds behind Telescope. Liam is gaining on BioArt, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Maya is driving a classic Ferrari 275 GTBC from 1964. She's holding steady in 6th place, but her lap time suggests she's not quite as quick as the leaders. Looks like she's battling to stay in touch. Naiba is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Waxibi and Naiba are nose to tail. Looks like a battle is brewing. Naiba is gaining on Rumia Fizz 13, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. La Lightning Thief is inching closer to Scorched Log, but still has some ground to make up. Wow! Rumia Fizz 13 took the top spot again. Clearly, they're the one to beat. Well done. Wow! Rumia Fizz 13 just absolutely crushed it, winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes all in one go. That's like winning the hat trick of racing. I'd say they're on fire today. Big congratulations to Rumia Fizz 13 for showing everyone how it's done. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Circuit Paul Armagnac has a mix of tight corners and fast bends that require precise steering and nimble maneuvering to maintain speed through the twists and turns. While raw power is always fun, being able to keep the car glued to the road and smoothly navigate the tricky sections will make a big difference here. Though, a car with sharp cornering capabilities and good grip would be my top choice for this race. Well, with 3,853 races under their belt, and a win rate of roughly 7%, Brandobuster's driver might be a bit of a wild card. Honestly, I'd say the experienced driver has the edge here, even if the stats aren't perfect. But hey, in racing, anything can happen. Let's see if skill or luck takes the lead today. Alright folks, Naibi's kicking things off on pole with a 2018 BR Engineering BR1. Let's see if they can keep that lead or if the AI has other plans. Brandobuster has shot off into the lead, holding the first place. Naibi's right behind in second, giving chase. I am currently in third, trying to keep up, but not making it easy for myself. Jerkplace is climbing fast into second place. Maya and Naibi are locked in a close fight for third. Amy is inching up to fifth. Maya is now in third place, climbing up one spot. Jmagishat has also gained one position, now in fifth. Jagishat and Naibi are nose to nose for fourth place. Looks like a close fight. Midstek is climbing up to seventh place. Liruzel and Enstek are nose to nose for seventh. Like Hale is gaining ground, now 12th. Like Hale is gaining on shot skis, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Buckybird and PCARR are locked in a fierce fight for the 19th spot. Jmagishat advances to fourth place. James Mayo climbs to ninth place. Dr. Felix and James Mayo are nose to tail for 9. James Mayo is driving a 2014 Toyota TS040 hybrid. They're currently in the 10th spot, so they're holding steady but not exactly racing to the front. Nestek and Amy are nose to nose for 6th place. James Mayo and Lee Roussel are swapping positions for 8. Like Hale is climbing up to 11th, just one spot away from the top 10. Nestek is climbing up to 6th place. James Mayo is advancing to 8th place. Buckybird is making a move to 18th place. James Mayo and Amy are nose to nose for 7th place. Yamapriest just climbed one spot to 13. Gliding Penguin is chipping away at Schoolbusters TV, closing the gap by over a second. Nonstop and Naiba are nose to tail for 5th place. James Mayo has gained 1 position and is now 7th. Amy and James Mayo are battling hard for 7th place. James Mayo just climbed 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Amy and Nonstop are nose to nose fighting for 7th. Dr. Felix is also on the move, gaining 1 spot to 9th. Nonstop is right behind Amy in the 7th place. Pace RR is gaining on Tangaducky TTV, closing the gap steadily. Tangaducky TTV is trying to squeeze past Toucan's Flora for the 16th spot. Mai is holding steady in 7th place, not giving up that position easily. Le Roussel and Dr. Felix are nose to tail for 9th place. Tangaducky TTV is climbing 2 spots to 15th. Gliding Penguin and Tangaducky TTV are fighting it out for 15th. Maya is gaining ground on James Mayo, closing the gap by over a second. Mirgutsu is climbing up to the 18th place, leaving Pace CRR behind. Looks like those two are about to turn this into a real battle for 18th. Toucan's Flora is climbing up to 16th place. Mirgutsu and Gliding Penguin are nose to nose for 17th place. Buckybird and Pace CRR are fighting hard for 19th place. Congratulations, Brando Buster. Looks like your car and your skills both decided to take the checkered flag. Well done. Wow. What an incredible performance by Brando Buster. They really took the lead and kept it all the way to the finish line. Congratulations! You really earned that victory today. Can't wait to see what you do next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would say the 2018 BR Engineering BR one might have the edge. It's a newer, more modern design, with likely better aerodynamics and tech. The Audi R18s are pretty legendary, but the BR Engineering has been making a strong case lately with its improvements. The Porsche 999 hybrids are always in the mix, but I think the Brown's latest iteration could outpace them on that track. The Rebellion and Toyota are solid contenders, but in a head-to-head with these top-tier prototypes, I'd bet on the Brown to take the win. Oh, this is a good one. We've got Yaboru Wanda in a Porsche 919 hybrid, which is known for its hybrid tech and speed around corners. Then we have strutting Jarl in a Rebellion R1, which is more of a Le Mans prototype, with a focus on endurance and aerodynamics. Honestly, the Porsche has that legendary racing pedigree and a little extra flair. But the Rebellion R1 might give it a run for its money, with its sleek design and proven endurance skills. If I had to put my chips on it, I'd say Yaboru Wanda's Porsche might just edge out strutting Jarl's Rebellion in a close race. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. Racing chaos is just around the corner. Alright everyone, the race is on at Paul Ricard, and Yaboru Wanda is starting in pole position with a 2015 Porsche 919 hybrid. Clearly, they mean business right from the green flag. Yaboru Wanda is leading the pack, clearly feeling confident right out of the gate. Strutting Jarl is holding strong in second place, probably strutting his stuff. Frogsworth is in third, trying to leap ahead. Aerotech is climbing fast, now in the 18th place. Senor Flip Floponi 100 in 2020 is also making moves, now in the 21st spot. Gaming to Fight Cancer just gained one position and is now in third. Cheese and Dash Hour just overtook Buckybird for 6th place. And I see Maya and Alex Has No Brain are nose to tail for 11. No one's giving an inch there. Gyogino Miracles is climbing up to 7th place. Cheese and Dash Hour and Gyogino Miracles are still nose to nose for that position. Alex Has No Brain is making a move to 10th. Buckybird advances to 5th place. Gyogino Miracles climbs to 6th. Alex Has No Brain makes a 2-position jump to 8th. Brandobuster and Shikomaru are nose to tail for 10th place. Kyroscope just snuck into 12th, climbing one spot. Cobracle and Blaming Buddha are locked in a close fight for 21st. Gyogino Miracles and Buckybird are nose to tail for 5th place. Amy and Gyogino Miracles are also close for 6th. Alex Has No Brain and Amy are fighting hard for 7th. Frogsworth is closing in on Gaming to Fight Cancer, chipping away at the gap. Gyogino Miracles is climbing up to 5th place, and Alex Has No Brain is making a move to 6th. Things are heating up. Gyogino Miracles is closing in on Frogsworth fast, just 1.3 seconds behind now. Cheese and Dash Hour has gained 2 spots and is now in 8th place. Amy and Cheese and Dash Hour are nose to nose for 8th. This is getting spicy. Frogsworth just sneaked into 3rd place. Looks like Frogsworth and Gaming to Fight Cancer are locked in a fierce fight for that spot. Alex Has No Brain and Gyogino Miracles are also nose to nose for 5th. Gamingto fight Cancer and Frogsworth are neck and neck for third place. Alex Has No Brain is climbing up to fifth, overtaking one car. Geogi Numericals and Alex Has No Brain are battling hard for fifth place. Gamingto fight Cancer is having a rough patch at the back of the pack. Strutting Jarl is inching closer to Yabor Rwanda, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Alex Has No Brain is climbing up to fourth place, making some moves. Anarchizix is really closing the gap on Senior Flipflopon 100 2020, just 5.1 seconds behind now. Gamingto fight Cancer is having a tough time and has dropped 10 places to 24th. Imogen Tempus is climbing up nicely, moving 2 spots to 13. Gamingto fight Cancer is on a roll, climbing 8 places to 16. Wanabekido just nudged up 1 spot to 13. Imogen Tempus and Wanabekido are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Cobracle is making a move, climbing 3 spots to reach the 18th position. Alex Has No Brain is inching closer to the podium, now in 3rd place. Buckyboard is also gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 5th. Buckyboard advances to 4th place. Cheese in the Shower climbs to 6th. Brando Booster moves up to 8th. Brando Booster and Geogai Numericals are nose to nose for 7th. Wow! Your boy Rwanda really outpaced everyone at Paul Ricard. Guess they're the new king of the circuit. Nice job! Wow, your boy Rwanda really pulled off an impressive victory there. Congratulations. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1985 MT80 C84-1. It has a good chance because it's from a solid era of racing, and the design likely offers a nice balance of speed and handling. But honestly, on a track like Road Atlanta Short Circuit, agility and cornering ability matter a lot. So a lightweight, nimble car like the Lola T616, or perhaps the Mazda 737C could also be contenders. Still, if I'm putting my money down, I'd lean toward the MK for its vintage racing pedigree and a touch of that classic European racing flair. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your selections quick or you'll be stuck with whatever AI picked for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh wow, such a classic showdown. The Maya Mazda from 1983 has a bit of vintage charm. But the Scrooge Champ Mazda, from 1985, might have a slight edge with a newer model. Still, the real fun is how these old-timers will handle the twists and turns at Road Atlanta Short. I'd say it's a close call, but I wouldn't place any bets just yet. Anything can happen when cars get a little nostalgic and a lot competitive. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at Road Atlanta Short Track with Group C2. Maya's on pole in a classic 1983 Mazda Harrier RX-83. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the competition. Scrooge Champ has taken an early lead with Maya right behind in second place. Ishta Husky is holding on to third for now, but expect some action soon. Ice is charging up to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ishta Husky just moved into second place. Looks like Maya and Fishta Husky are about to turn this into a real showdown for second. Maya and Fishta Husky are nose to tail for second place. Vargalas Vet and Maya are locked in a close fight for third. Amy is climbing up to 8th place, making moves. Vargalas Vet and Maya are nose to tail for third place. Merchican Live is climbing fast, now in 12th. Justin Gilks is making a move, now 15th. Vargalas Vet and Maya are nose to tail for third place. Justin Gilks just gained a spot and is now in 14th. Baksho Grand and Justin Gilks are swapping positions for 14th. Max Beerley is climbing up to 6th place. Schmerzen Live is right behind, both battling for 6th. Cloudy and Amy are also nose to nose for 8th. Schmerzen Live is climbing up to 6th place. Cloudy is now in 8th. Justin Gilks has moved into the 13th spot. Cloudy and Max Beerley are neck and neck for 7th place. Starbucks and The Chaotic Weirdo are locked in a close fight for 19th. Some Board Bowie and Amin San are battling it out for 25th. Cloudy just nudged into 7th place. Basho Grand is climbing up to 14th. Apex Milkbag and Sheriff Kitten are nose to nose for 17th. Daisy Shens is climbing up 1 spot to take 21st place. Asuroni and James Smile are nose to nose for 23rd. Merchican Live and Ice are nose to tail for 11th place. Baksho Grande and Justin Gilks are locked in a fierce duel for 13th. Asuroni just gained a spot and is now 23rd. Glaudi and Schmerzenlive are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Merchicken Live just climbed one spot to 11th. Ice and Merchicken Live are locked in a close fight for 11th. Glaudi's climbing up to 6th place. James Mayo is also moving up to 23rd. Asironi and James Mayo are nose-to-tail for 23rd. Asironi and James Mayo are locked in a close fight for 23rd place. Sumboard Boy just gained one spot, now sitting in 25th. Pondin and Ixnobudixel are battling it out for 27th position. Apex Milk Bag just overtook someone to move into 16th place. Bean Streams and Apex Milk Bag are nose-to-nose for that same spot. Starbix and Thekawatik Huerdo are also locked in a close fight for 19th place. Smurf20 is holding on to the 4th place, but Vargalas Vet is right behind, looking for a way path. Lord Sacrispy and Amy are nose-to-tail for 9th. No room for mistakes. Justin Gilks and Ice are swapping positions every corner for 12th. This race is getting spicy. Well, look at that. Scrooge Champ just took the checkered flag. Guess all those laps paid off. Nice win. Wow, what a surprise! Congratulations to Scrooge Champ on winning the race. Looks like all that virtual horsepower paid off. Great job out there, you definitely earned your spot at the top. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the LEGO Speed Champions circuit, I'd probably go with the 2019 Ford Focus ST. It's known for its agility and sporty handling, which are probably pretty advantageous on a small twisty track like that. Plus, with a name like Focus, it sounds like it's built for laser-sharp concentration and speed. The other cars might have their moments, but I think the Focus is going to be the one to watch in this playful pixelated race. Alright everyone, hurry up and make your choice. Time's almost up. Don't let your favorite car slip away because you took too long. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, this is quite the matchup. Shoebox Devious BMW M235. iRacing is sleek, and probably a bit more powerful, especially with that sporty pedigree. On the other hand, the Golden's Opel Corsa 2000 might be smaller and lighter, but that could give it some agility. Given the cars and the racing style, I'd lean towards Shoebox TV's BMW taking this one. It's got the edge in raw speed and stability. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen, like a surprise technical glitch or a miraculous maneuver. So stay tuned, because this could turn into a fun underdog story. Alright, everyone. The race is underway at the LEGO Speed Champions track. Katsuma Girl is starting at the front, driving a 20,010 seat Leon TDI. Let's see if that old timer can hold on to the lead or if the others will catch up. Shoebox TV has taken an early lead, followed closely by Kazuma Girl in second place. The Goldnut is currently in third, trying to keep up. The Goldnut and Kazuma Girl are nose to tail for second place. Amy just gained a spot and is now in sixth. Maya and Amy are swapping paint for sixth position. Morningstar is now in fourth place. Amy and Cliffzone are still neck and neck for fifth. Unistix has advanced to 11. The tight corners and quick chicanes seem to favor smaller, nimble cars like the Suzuki Swift and Mazda MX-5. Larger cars might struggle with agility and acceleration. Unistix is driving a 2015 Toyota Corolla and is currently in 11th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress yet. Unistix is driving a 2015 Toyota Corolla. They're currently in the 11th place, just behind the leaders. Looks like a steady race so far. Unistix is driving a 2015 Toyota Corolla. They're currently in 11th place, just behind the leaders, but with a lot of cars between them and the front. Looks like a steady race with some room to improve. Silverp Gaming is climbing up to 9th place. Villascope Bine is chipping away at GM Non-Prime's lead, closing in by over a second. Screwchamp is on the move, climbing to 6th place. Shoebox TV is dropping back, now in 8th. GMM Prime is gaining ground, now in 11th. Unistix is storming to the front, overtaking 11 cars to take the lead. GMM Prime is closing in on Screwchamp, chipping away at the gap by 9 seconds. Shoebox TV is having a rough time, dropping 6 places to 14. Unistix is really having a rough time, dropping back to 14. The Goldnut is climbing up to 1st place. Xumagirl is also making moves up to 2nd. Maya is holding a solid 5th place with the fastest lap, so she's definitely pushing hard. Looks like she's aiming for a podium finish if she keeps this pace. Silver Gaming is climbing up to 7th place. Yama Priest and Beleskopime are nose to nose for 11th. Calm Girl Yes took the lead, claiming first place. Morning Starsel is now in 2nd, inching closer. Yama Priest is climbing up to 11th, making some progress. Unistix is closing in on Buckybird, cutting the gap by 15 seconds. Cliffzone has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. I am also climbing 1 position to 4th. Amy just moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Silver Gaming is gaining on Maya and has cut the gap by 2.7 seconds. Yama Priest is closing in on GM Prime, narrowing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Katsuma Girl is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Silver Gaming is gaining on Maya with a 1.1 second reduction. Shoebox TV is closing the distance to Tyler by 1.8 seconds. Kilmer Girl is comfortably leading and setting the pace with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Shoebox TV is way behind in lap time, while Big Gold Nerd is slightly ahead, but also struggling to keep pace. Looks like a long shot for either to catch up now. Wow, Xumer Girl, you really zoomed past everyone and took the top spot. Nice job showing off those speedy skills. Wow, Xumer Girl really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on your win. That was an impressive performance. Looks like all those virtual laps paid off. Here's a fun fact about the 2010 Aston Martin Vantage GT4. It was built to dominate the racetrack with its lightweight design and powerful V8 engine. But what really makes it interesting is that it was originally developed for racing, and then adapted for the road, making it a true race car that you could actually take to dinner. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your choice quick before the cars hit the track and leave you in the dust. Don't miss out on the chance to root for your favorite machine. Oh wow, this is quite the showdown. On one hand we have Alex has no brain in the 2019 Ginetta G55 Super Cup, which is definitely a sleek, track-focused machine. It's built for speed and agility around a circuit like Autodromo Miguel Abed. On the other hand, G192X is behind a 2016 Subaru Impreza W RX STI, which is more of a rally legend than a pure track warrior. Given the cars and the track, I'd say the Ginetta has the edge here. It's more aerodynamic and tuned for racing circuits. The Impreza is fun, and all but more at home on dirt and gravel. So I'll put my chips on Alex has no brain to take this one. But hey, surprises happen when AI races, right? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Autodromo Miguel Abed, and leading the pack is Wayne94 in the pole position. He's racing a 2013 Ford Mustang Boss 302 GT4, so let's see if that American muscle can hold on to the lead. Alex Assenbrain is leading the race, Wayne94 is right behind in second, and G192 Gux is holding on to third. Looks like a close start so far. Evoline 54 is charging through the field, climbing 3 spots to 22nd, deadwing. Skex's Bill Prey is gaining ground, moving up 1 place to third. G192X and Skex's Bill Prey are nose to tail fighting for third place. Chelsea just overtook 2 cars to climb to 8th place. Wolf and Amy are still neck and neck for 11. I am inching forward 1 spot to 13. Shattered Pixel is climbing up to 8th place. Chelsea and Shattered Pixel are nose to nose for 8th. Telescope Biomit is inching up to 13th. Chelsea just nudged into 8th place. Shattered Pixel and Chelsea are nose to tail for that 8th spot. Rex and Sarah is creeping up to 24th. Shattered Pixel advances to 8th place. Let's Go climbs to 9th. Telescope Biomit and Mer Pink Wolf are nose to nose for 12th. Shattered Pixel and Shotskis are nose to tail for 7th place. Telescope Biomit just gained 1 spot and is now 12th. Now Pink Wolf and Telescope Biomit are fighting hard for 12th. Xbasic Switch is driving a 2016 Maserati Gran Turismo MC. They're currently in 6th place and seem to be holding steady, not making any dramatic moves, but staying in the top 10. Shotskis and Xbasic Switch X are nose to tail for 6th place. Now Pink Wolf has gained 1 position and is now in 12th. Telescope Biomit and Pink Wolf are locked in a close fight for 12th. Shattered Pixel is now 7th, climbing up 1 spot. Chelsea and Let's Go are nose to nose for 9th place. Looks like a close fight. Chelsea is driving a 2019 Ferrari 488 GT4. They are currently in 11th place, so they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Drelecko and Shotskis are nose to tail for 8th place. Amy just gained 1 position and is now in 10th. Shazy's climbing up to 10th place. Catgirl TM and Matrixco are nose to nose for 19th. Aninimaznini 3 and Schmerzen Live are locked in a fierce fight for 25th. Skeksis Beaupre is now in 2nd place. Wayne Trainanty 4 and Skeksis Beaupre are nose to nose for 2nd. Drelecko has climbed to 8th. Rex and Sarah is climbing up to 22nd place. TPKPA and Anonymous Ninity 3 are neck and neck for 26th. Zadimoje James is driving a 27 Honda Accord in the WTC class. But the WQTC class. They're currently in the 28th position and seem to be struggling a bit with a lap time of 1:36.866. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Silvup Gaming and Drew 192 Bex are nose to nose for 4th place. Drelecko just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th. Drelecko and Nick's Basic Switch X are fighting hard for 6th. Drelecko just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Catgirl TM and Captain Canadian are nose to nose for 18th. Wauk CB is chopping down the distance to Rex Nizzer, closing the gap by a second. Drelecko advances to 5th place. Shattered Pixel climbs 2 spots to 6th. Silva Gaming and Shattered Pixel are nose to tail for 6th. Wow, Alex Has No Brain actually managed to win the race. Guess brains aren't everything after all. Congrats on the victory. Wow, Alex Has No Brain really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations! That was some seriously smooth driving. I guess brains might not be everything after all. Great job, keep it up! Here's a fun fact about the 1938 Auto Union Type D. It was one of the most powerful racing cars of its time, featuring a supercharged V12 engine that could produce around 520 horsepower. That's like having a small jet engine strapped to a car back in the late 1930s. Imagine how incredible that must have sounded roaring down the track. Probably loud enough to wake up the whole neighborhood. Well, without any info on their skills or experience, this race is basically a coin flip. Both drivers are in the same classic car at a pretty tricky track. I'd say it all comes down to luck and who's feeling more daring today. But hey, maybe Muttwolf or Kriechke has a secret technique we're not aware of. So, I guess I'll just sit back and enjoy the chaos. Who do you guys think has the edge? Alright everyone, we're kicking off at Alton Park Island track with Tokens Flora leading the pack in a classy 1937. Alfa Romeo 12C, looks like vintage style, is racing right from the pole. Let's see if that old school charm can hold off the modern chaos. Anarchy 6 has shot off the line into the lead. Tokens Flora is holding strong in second place, while Dank Nuggins is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Lemon Cult Games is climbing up to third place. Dank Nuggins and Lemon Cult Games are nose to tail for that spot. Amy is making a move to sixth place. Darigals is on the move, climbing up to 15th place. GMN Prime is also making progress, now in 17th. Maya is dropping back, now in 19th. Looks like the car's got a mind of its own today. Papa Cassie has stormed to the front, overtaking 19 cars to claim the lead. Anarchy 6 and Papa KC are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Quiz 44 has gained 2 positions, now in 9th place. Quiz 44 and Ice are locked in a close duel for 8th. Maya is storming to the front, now in first place after overtaking 18 cars. Darigals is climbing fast, now in 12th after overtaking 4. GN Prime is making moves, now in 14th, also up 4 spots. Joan Wolf is on a tier, climbing to 7th place after overtaking 11 cars. Trihard Riyad is also making moves, now in 9th after passing 13. Ice is gaining ground, moving up to 12th after overtaking 3 cars. Darigas is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 10. Aethaplasm is also making moves, grabbing 3 positions to 11. GM Young Prime is following suit, overtaking 3 cars to land in 12. Papa Katsi is on a roll, climbing 8 places in no time. Morning Stylesel is also making moves, gaining 4 spots. Lemon Cult Games is closing in on Tokens Flora, but still a bit of a gap to close. Maya is now in 15th place, climbing 1 spot. Mutwolf has moved into 20th place, also up 1 spot. Dank Nuggins has gained 2 positions and is now in 21st place. Quiz 44 is climbing to 6th place. Sir Pro 3 is now in 8th. Darigos has moved into 9th. Treyhot is closing in on Maya fast, just 10 seconds behind now. Amy has overtaken someone to take 3rd place. Anarchy 6 is also climbing up, now in 4th. Sir Pro 3 just made a bold move to 5th place, overtaking 3 cars in a single stretch. Jude Smoke Eablunt is right behind in 6th, trying to keep up. Looks like those two are about to turn this into a real showdown for 5th. Papa Cassie is closing in on Navling, now just 5.6 seconds behind. Lemon Cult Games has taken the lead and is now in 1st place. Derigaus has gained 2 spots and is now in 5th. Amy is almost on the back bumper of Toucan's Flora now. Darigaus is chipping away at Anarchisix's lead. Jion Wolf just made a move up 1 spot to 13. Well, look at that, Lemon Cult Games just took the top spot. Guess they really know how to turn lemons into victory. Well done. Wow, Lemon Cult Games really pulled off a spectacular victory. Congratulations to them on crossing the finish line first. Looks like their AI drivers are on fire today. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability. Bahrain's mix of high-speed straights and tight curves really tests a car's agility and stability. Speed alone won't cut it here because smooth navigation through those corners can make a huge difference in overall performance. A car that can maintain grip and respond swiftly to driver inputs will have the edge. Balance and control matter a lot on this track, making it the perfect place to appreciate a well-tuned chassis and precise steering. Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite car. Time's almost up, so if you've got a favorite, now's the moment to shout it out. Don't miss your chance to see your chosen car hit the tracks. Well, with both drivers flying blind into this race, it's anyone's guess. Since we don't know much about Rob Swizzle or Lux Ravenous, they're basically throwing dice at this point. It's a classic case of who can bluff their way through better. I'd say let's keep an eye on the start and see who shows a bit more flair early on. Honestly, it's anyone's game, but I'd give a tiny edge to the driver who can handle the pressure better. Or maybe just hope they don't crash into each other first. Stay tuned. Alright, everyone. The race is kicking off at Bahrain, and Grand Prix has snapped pole position in that nifty 1976 McLaren M26. Let's see if the old school charm can hold up against the new school chaos. Grand Prix has taken an early lead. Krishke is holding strong in second, and Neo Texum is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a classic race so far. Lux Ravenous is on the charge, climbing to 14. Nyarlathot at 988 is making moves too, now in 20. Defets and Neo Texum are nose to tail for third place. This is getting spicy. Defits is climbing fast into second place. Krishka and Defidzers are nose to tail fighting for second. Neo Texum and Krishka are locked in a close duel for third. Annex Zagarax just overtook someone to climb to fourth place. Cap Holster and Bacho Grande are nose to nose for sixth. Joan Wolf and Necrophantasm are locked in a close fight for 10th. Anaxagarax just blitzed to first place, leaving the pack in the dust. Cap Holster is not far behind, climbing through the field like a hot knife through butter to second. Rondon 69 is making a solid push, moving up 3 spots to 5th. Things are heating up at the front. Neo Texum and Cap Holster are nose to tail for second place. Bacho Grande and Neo Texum are also locked in a fierce fight for third. Joan Wolf and Krika are battling hard for 7th. Bacho Grande is climbing up to third place. Bacho Grande and Cap Holster are nose to nose for second. Rondon 69 is also making moves, now in fourth. Bacho Grande and Cap Holster are nose to nose for second place. Neo Texum is climbing up to fourth. Joan Wolf is making a move to sixth. Joan Wolf and Rondon 69 are locked in a close fight for 5th. Amy is on a roll, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Defertz is closing in fast on whip 3 out 25, cutting the gap by over 6 seconds. Cap Holster is gaining on Anaxagarax, narrowing the distance by a little over a second and a half. Morningstar Soul just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Neo Texum and Morningstar Soul are nose to tail for 5th. Kirker Trishk and Rob Swizzle are battling hard for ninth. Joan Wolf advances to third place. Rondon 69 climbs to sixth place. Neo Texum and Rondon 69 are locked in a close fight for sixth. Rob Swizzle and Krishk are nose to nose for ninth place. Amy and Lux Ravenous are locked in a close fight for 11th. Cherugamasa just gained one spot and is now in 13th. Necrophantasm is climbing up to 7th place. Rob Swizzle is also moving up to 9th. Rob Swizzle and Neotexum are nose to nose for 8th. Morningstarsel and Bacho Grand are nose to nose for 4th place. Rob Swizzle is climbing up one spot to 8th. Rob Swizzle and Necrophantasm are locked in a close fight for 7th. Morningstarsel and Bacho Grande are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Lux Ravenous is climbing up one spot to take 11th. Amy and Lux Ravenous are also battling it out for 11th. Joan Wolf is closing in on Cap Holster, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Morningstarsel and Baco Grand are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Mighty Chunk is climbing up the ranks, moving up one spot to 14. Cap Holster is now in 1st place. Joan Wolf has moved up to 2nd. Bacho Grande is in 3rd. Looks like a tight race at the front. Annex Zagarex is really having a rough time dropping to 21st. Rondon 69 is climbing steadily to 5th. Necrophantasm is also making moves up to 6th. Maya is currently in 8th place trying to hold her position. Amy and Lux Ravenous are still locked in a fierce duel for 10th place. Runaround Paj and Platigami are battling it out for 16th. NR Savage is making a move, climbing one spot to 21st. Well, look at that. Cap Holster just took the checkered flag. Guess they're the one to beat now. Congratulations on the win! Wow! Cap Holster really outdid themselves. Congratulations on the win. You must have some serious driving skills, even if it's just AI behind the wheel. Thanks for the excitement, everyone. Let's see if anyone can challenge that now. Here's a fun fact for you about the 2017 Lamborghini Huracan Performante. This beast is not just about looks and speed. It actually made headline news by setting a record at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It completed the lap in just under 7 minutes and 12 seconds, making it one of the fastest production cars on that legendary track. Clearly, Lamborghini was aiming to show that even a supercar can be a master of the twists and turns. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time. The clock's ticking and I don't want you to miss out on the fun. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Hey, Tuksinoski! Welcome back to the channel. Glad to see you've returned just in time for some racing chaos. Get comfy and enjoy the ride. Oh wow, what a battle we have here. On one side we've got Cristal 33 in a 2006 Mazda MT900s, a car known for its sharp handling and agility. On the other side, Tuksinoski in a 1995 Ferrari F50, which is a legendary classic with tons of power, but maybe a bit aged in the tech department. Honestly, the Mazda's modern design and lighter weight might give Cristal 33 an edge, especially on a track like Istanbul Park with those tricky turns. But the Ferrari 50's raw horsepower and iconic status might make things interesting if it can handle the twists. If I had to make a call, I'd say the Mazda has the upper hand, but let's keep an eye out for surprises. After all, with AI drivers anything can happen, including a very dramatic and unexpected finish. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Istanbul Park and leading the pack is a classic 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner. All lined up in the combined street cars class. Daisy Shines is in pole position, so let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to it, or if the newer cars will chase her down. Cristal 33 is leading the race. Vishta Husky is right behind in second place, and Dicey Chains is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Yunus Leads is climbing fast, now in 15th place after overtaking 4 cars. Amy is gaining ground, now in 3rd place. Dicey Chains and Toyanowski are nose to tail, fighting for 4th. D-Thirds is on fire, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Amy is inching closer to the front, now in 2nd. Maya has also gained 1 position, sitting in 5th. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. D-Thirds has moved up to 6th place, also gaining 1 position. Double has made a bigger jump, now in 9th place, moving up 2 spots. Budatsaror is flying up the field, now in 8th place after overtaking 4 cars. Divitz is closing in on Tekshinoski, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. The two are locked in a tight battle for 5th place. Crystal 33 is trying to sneak past Amy for the lead. Kaboom Per and Daisy Kings are still nose-to-nose for 9th. Yuna's got to leads, just made a move, climbing into 11th place. APR Dope is on a roll, climbing to 14th place. Amy just snagged the lead, moving into 1st. Double is closing in on Dia-Fizzards, chipping away at the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Double is climbing fast into 5th place. D-Thirds and Tekshinoski are neck and neck for 6th. Yuna's got to leads is pushing up to 10th. D-Thirds has gained a spot to 6th place. APR Dope is climbing 2 spots to 11. Gachabatu moved up 1 to 13. Gachabatu and Spikeballs are nose-to-nose for 12th. Budatsaror is climbing up to 7th place. Gachabatu is also moving up to 12th. Ihava Eczema and Spikeballs are locked in a close fight for 13th. Kaboom Per and AP Dearbara are still neck and neck for 10th place. Ihava Eczema just climbed to 13th. So watch out for a surprise move. Taknesty just overtook someone to move into 16th place. Daisy Shanes and Taknesty are nose-to-nose for that same spot. Gachabatu is climbing up to 11th place. Runarampage is making a move to 14th place. Taknesty is closing in on Spikeballs, cutting the gap by 24 seconds. The battle for 15th place is heating up between Taknesty and Spikeballs. Double is gaining on Maya fast, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Budatsaror just moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Dayfitz and Budatsaror are nose to tail, fighting it out for 6th. Gachabatu just snuck into the 10th place. Apiterdope and Gachabatu still locked in a tight duel for that spot. Ronnie Rampage is climbing up to 13. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Double is really closing the gap on Maya, now just a second behind. Gachabatu is climbing up to 9th place, making moves. Gachabatu is gaining on Juno's got the lead, closing the gap by over a second. APR Dope and Tekshinoski are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Ihava Eczema is making a move on APR Dope, chopping another 1.4 seconds off the distance. Double and Maya are nose to tail for 4th place. Apitope has climbed to 10th and Ihava Eczema just overtook for 11th. Ishta Husky is driving a 2001 TVR Tuscan S. They're currently in third place and have a fastest lap of 2 minutes 17 seconds and 99 milliseconds. Looks like they're holding their own pretty well. Maya and Double are nose to tail for fourth place. Budatsuro is cutting the gap behind Double by over a second. Gachabatu is climbing up to 8th place, making a move. Double is climbing up to 4th place. Gachabatu is chipping away at Defizid's lead, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Alothost is making a move, now in 16th place. Wow, Amy just took the checkered flag. Looks like all that practice paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Amy, you really showed those other cars who's boss. Great job winning the race, that was impressive. And congratulations to Gachabatu for snatching the fastest lap. They can now claim the stunning 2009 Pagani Zonda R. Looks like someone's about to turn some serious heads on the street. For this track, I would focus mostly on top speed and stability at high velocities. Talladega is famous for its long straightaways and high-speed drafting, so a car that can reach impressive speeds safely and maintain control in close packs would be most valuable. Aerodynamics and downforce matter too, but ultimately, being able to go fast and stay steady through those giant bends is what wins the race here. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. Juspen Chakes with the Lola T9500 versus Shron in the Penske PC23. Both cars are pretty legendary in their own right, but also quite different in their design philosophies. The Lola T9500 is a bit more streamlined and racing oriented, so it might have an edge in pure speed. The Penske PC23 has a reputation for reliability and handling, especially on tight turns. But on a superspeedway like Talladega, straight line speed and aerodynamics are king. Given that, I'd lean toward Juspen Chakes and the Lola T950 taking the win in this race. But hey, anything can happen in AI racing, so it's all about who stays in front after the big draft push. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Talladega with Lockjaw 7 on pole, in a classic 1995 Reynard 95 hours. Let's see if this vintage beauty can hold the lead, or if the newer contenders will take over. Lockjaw 7 has taken the lead right out of the gate. Beans Streams is holding strong in second place. Runner Rampage is currently in third, trying to keep up. Our special is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 21st. Christelle 33 is also on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to land 24th. Runner Rampage is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to second. The battle for first is heating up with Runner Rampage and Lockjaw 7 locked in a close fight. Runner Rampage is now in first place. Daisy Shanks has climbed to 4th. Famaka has moved up to 13. Lockjaw 7 is now in first place. Date Factor has moved up to the 17th position. Basket and V is now in 19th. Lockjaw 7 is gaining on Low Sprout, closing the gap by 8 seconds. Runner Rampage is hot on Lockjaw 7's tail, closing in by 7 seconds. Third Champ is creeping up on Stephen Brinkley, closing the gap by almost 7 seconds. Runner Rampage just overtook Lockjaw 7 and is now in the lead. Beans Streams and Dicey Canes are nose to tail for third place. Famaka just made a huge leap to second place, overtaking 18 cars. Lockjaw 7 is holding on to first place after climbing 1 spot. Runner Rampage and Famaka are now locked in a close duel for second. Runner Rampage is now in second place, climbing 1 spot. Runner Rampage and Lockjaw 7 are nose-to-nose fighting for the lead. Beans Streams has moved up 1 spot to third. Famaka is really having a rough time, dropping back to 30th place. Runner Rampage just gained 1 spot and is now in the lead. Lockjaw 7 and Runner Rampage are nose-to-nose for the top spot, making it a tight race. Lockjaw 7 is now in first place. Runner Rampage is right behind him, trying to overtake. Beans Streams and Dicey Canes are neck and neck for third. No one is giving an inch. Runner Rampage just overtook Lockjaw 7 and is now leading the race. Beans Streams has also gained a position and is now in third place. The battle for the top spot is heating up. Lockjaw 7 just overtook someone to take the lead. Runner Rampage is trying to keep up, but Lockjaw 7 is pulling ahead. Daisy Shines and Beans Streams are nose to nose for third place. Runner Rampage just overtook Lockjaw 7 to take the lead. Daisy Shines and Bean Streams are nose to tail for third place. Wow! Lockjaw 7 just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the magic touch today. Congrats on the win. Wow, Lockjaw 7 really outdid themselves. Congratulations! Looks like all that virtual horsepower paid off. I guess persistence and a bit of AI magic can actually lead to victory. Well deserved. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd go with the 1954 Mercedes-Benz W196. It's a legendary F1 car from an era when racing was all about raw driver skill and mechanical brutality. Plus, on a tight, twisty circuit like Villarreal, its agility and handling should give it a good edge over the more powerful but less nimble cars from the list. Of course, in the hands of AI, anything could happen. But I'd put my money on the Mercedes to weave through the corners with style and come out ahead. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on choosing your favorite machine before it zooms off without you. Hey there, everlasting apex. Welcome back to the chaos of our AI car races. Glad to see you've returned just in time for some high-speed fun. Grab a seat and enjoy the wild ride. Alright, this is a classic showdown with two vintage beauties. The Lotus 16, with its slightly more advanced design for 1958, might have an edge in handling and speed, especially on a twisty track like Villarreal. But the Lotus 12 isn't a slouch either. And who knows, maybe its lighter white gives it a sneaky advantage around those tight corners. If I had to guess, I'd lean towards Amy's Lotus 16, because it's a bit more refined for its era. But don't count out King Malcolm Murray's Lotus 12. Old school charm sometimes surprises us in these AI races. Let's see who takes the checkered flag. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Circuito International de Villarreal, and Amy is on pole position, driving a classic 1958 Lotus 16 in the F1 1950 class. Let's see if she can hold that lead. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, followed closely by King Malcolm Merks in second and Wanabakito in third. Looks like Amy is trying to set the pace early on. Fast Kitten Fee and Forty Afro are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Dishonored Fox has gained one position and is now in 14th. Dishonored Fox and Reko Haru G are locked in a close fight for 13th. N Body Notes is climbing up to 4th place. Zumboid Boy and N Body Notes are neck and neck for 4th. Tyler Drums 31 and Swell Place TV are fighting for 8th. Dishonored Fox is slicing through the field, now in first place after overtaking 16 cars. Amy and Dishonored Fox are nose to nose for the lead. 40 Afro and Baskitten TV are locked in a close fight for 11th. Maya is closing in on the pack. Baskitten TV and 4th Afro is still neck and neck for 11th place. Amy and Dishonored Fox are locked in a fierce fight for first. Dishonored Fox is really having a tough time dropping to 18th place. Amy is now in the lead, climbing to first. King Malcolm X is right behind in second, moving up one spot. Girl of Diamond is on a roll, climbing to third place. Tyler Drums 31 is also making moves, now in fourth. Swell Place V is gaining ground, now in sixth. The race is heating up. Wannabe Kiddo is storming through the field, now in second place after overtaking 5 cars. Everlasting Apex is climbing fast, overtaking 10 cars to reach 8th place. King Malcolm X has gained 2 spots, now in third. Wannabe Kiddo and King Malcolm X are nose to tail, battling for second. N-Body Notes is storming through the field, now in 4th place. Yakiramen is right behind, climbing up to 5th. Baskitten TV is making a move too, now in 6th. Looks like the top is getting crowded. Brandigan is on a tear, overtaking 7 cars to grab second place. Baskitten TV nudges up 1 spot to 5th. Gachabatu also moves up 1 position, now in 9th. Tyler Drums 31 is on a roll, climbing 8 places in no time. Gachabatu is closing the gap on Rekoharu G, getting closer by the second. King Malcolm X and D Fizzers are neck and neck for 12th. Looks like a battle to watch. N-Body Notes is climbing to 3rd place. Baskitten TV is now in 4th. Yakiramen has moved into 5th. Brandigan and King Malcolm X are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Girl of Diamond is climbing up 2 spots to 15th. Girl of Diamond and Dishonored Fox are neck and neck for 14th. N-Body Notes is now in 2nd place. Baskitten TV has climbed to 3rd. Yakiramen is in 4th. Looks like the race is heating up. Some Boardbury is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 15. Forty Afro is inching closer to the top, now in 4th. Reikoharu G is also gaining ground, moving up to 5th. N-Body Notes is now in 1st place. Forty Afro has climbed to 2nd. Reikoharu G is in 3rd. The top 3 are really mixing it up. Maya is charging through the field, now in 6th place after overtaking 4 cars. Gachabatu is closing the gap on Rekoharu G, shaving off 3.4 seconds. Mara Pinkwolf is climbing 2 spots to sit in 5th. King Malcolm X is on a roll, climbing up to 7th place. Yaki Ramen is dropping like a stone, now in 17th. Zaprendigan just nudged into 10th. Zaprendigan is climbing fast, now in 8th place. Tyler Drums 31 and Yaki Ramen are nose to nose for 17th. Now Pink Wolf is gaining on Gachabatu, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. King Malcolm X is catching up to Maya, shrinking the distance by 1.9 seconds. Dishonored Fox has climbed 2 spots and is now in 9th place. Gachabatu is gaining on Reko Haruji, closing the gap by over a second. Sumboard Boy and Tyler Drums 31 are locked in a fierce fight for the 18th spot. Nemka Pink Wolf is climbing up to 4th place. King Malcolm X is gaining on me, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Amy is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 10th. Maya is gaining fast on Gachabatu, now just under 8 seconds behind. King Malcolm X is closing the distance to Maya, now only a second and a bit away. Girl of Diamond is climbing 2 spots and now sitting in 11th place. Congratulations to N Body Notes on winning the race. Looks like they really took the checkered flag with style. Well done. Wow, and Body Notes really pulled off an incredible win. Huge congratulations to them for dominating the race. That was some spectacular driving. And for the drivers still in the game, Maya managed to overtake the most cars today. So, congratulations to Maya. You can claim the vintage 1950 Talbot Lego T26. See, hope you enjoy your new classic. Alright everyone, this is your last chance to pick your favorite car before the countdown ends. Get those choices in now or forever hold your peace. Ooh, this is quite the vintage showdown. Everlasting Apex with the 1995 Rough CTR2, which is known for its raw power and handling. On the other hand, Amy is driving the 1992 Jaguar XJ220, a legendary supercar for its time, with incredible speed. If we're talking pure speed, the XJ220 might have a slight edge because of its design for rapid acceleration. But the Roof CTR2 is no slouch, and has a reputation for being a beast on the track with its aggressive tuning. Honestly, it could come down to which car handles the twists and turns better. Given the Hungarian Retro's tight corners, I'd probably lean slightly towards Amy because of the XJ220's agility. But don't count out Everlasting Apex, that Roof has a killer punch. Place your bets, folks, this one could go either way. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Hungarian Retro with the 1990 supercars. Ixajax is on pole, cruising in a 1989 Ferrari F40 LM. Buckle up, it's going to be a wild ride. Starting grid looks interesting with Ixajax leading, Everlasting Apex right behind, and Maya in third place. Let's see if anyone can shake up this order early on. Beef Sliders is charging through the field, now in 6th place after overtaking 4 cars. Apex Milkbag is holding on to 4th but only just, with Amy breathing down their neck. The battle for 4th is heating up. Amy just overtook someone to take the 4th place. Apex Milkbag and Amy are nose to nose for the same position. Its their pair is climbing fast, now in 7th. Apex Milkbag is climbing to 4th place. Darigos is now 9th. Yama Priest has moved up to 15. Metrixco is making a charge, climbing 3 places to 8. Maya is having a tough time and dropped 6 spots to 9th. Apex Milkbag is creeping up 1 position to 3rd. Metrixco is closing in on Maricus, cutting the gap by 1/3 3 seconds. Nico Brocast is climbing up 1 spot to 10th place. Yama Priest is also moving up 1 spot to 13th. B. Sliders has just overtaken someone to take 4th place. It's there a pair is also climbing up to 5th. Matrix Co is making a move, jumping 2 spots to sit in 6th. Beef Sliders has overtaken someone to take 3rd place. Apex Milk Bag and Beef Sliders are nose to nose for 3rd. Matrix Co has climbed up to 5th place. Beef Sliders is catching Everlasting Apex fast, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Matrix Co is climbing up to 4th place, gaining 1 spot. Maya is narrowing the distance to Amy by 1.1 seconds. Beef Sliders is now in 2nd place, climbing 1 spot. Matrix Co has moved up to 3rd place, also gaining 1 spot. Apex Milk Bag is in 4th place, making a similar move forward. It's Therapur is now in 5th place, closing the gap. Darius has climbed to 9th, making a move. Toadette the Kitty is racing a 1988 De Tomaso Pantera GT5. S looks like they're stuck in the back, probably just enjoying the scenery while the others race ahead. It's Therapur is now in 4th place, climbing up 1 spot. Miku Broadcast has also gained 1 position and is now in 7th. Everlasting Apex is closing in on Apex Milk Bag, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. They're battling hard for 5th place. Darius is climbing up the ranks, moving into 8th. Ixajax is leading the race in a 1989 Ferrari F40 LM. Looks like they're holding a comfortable lead with no immediate threats. The car is known for its speed and classic design, and they seem to be making the most of it. The tight corners and sharp turns of Hungaroring are favoring the experienced drivers and those with agile cars. The lead is still open for overtakes if someone dares to push harder. Niku Broadcast is on a roll, climbing to 2nd place after overtaking 4 cars. Darius is right behind, also moving up 4 spots to claim 3rd. And Maya is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 6th. Things are heating up. Everlasting Apex is climbing fast, now in 6th place. Yama Priest is also on the move, grabbing 7th. Maricus is not far behind, pushing into 8th. Looks like a tight battle for the middle of the pack. Maya is now in 4th place, closing the gap. Amy and Maricus are nose to tail for 8th. Maricus better watch out, Justin Gilks is gaining fast. Amy just moved up 1 spot, now in 8th place. Ixajax is leading in a 1989 Ferrari F40 LM, a classic beast known for its raw power and racing pedigree. Looks like they're holding a solid lead with consistent lap times. Race seems smooth so far. Congratulations to Ixajax on winning at Hungaroring Retro. Looks like they just proved they're the fastest in the game. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Xijax for taking the win! That was an impressive race. Now, for the lucky driver who won the bet race. Everlasting Apex, you're eligible to claim the 1995 Roth CT R2R2. Looks like some sweet retro streetcar finally finds a new owner. Well done, both of you. Alright folks, time's almost up. Make your picks, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. Bannockbrae looks like a tight, twisty course that demands precise steering and good balance. Speed is nice, but if you can't navigate those corners smoothly, you'll be losing precious time. So, a car with excellent grip and responsive steering would be my top priority here. Alright folks, this is quite the vintage showdown. Zolicha Dominity 1 is piloting a 1975 Shadow DN5, a car known for its agility and aggressive styling, while Yakaraman is behind the wheel of a 1975 Fittipaldi FD03, which brought some serious innovation to the track back in the day. Given that both cars are from the same era, it really does come down to the nuances of each model. The Shadow DN5 has a reputation for sharp handling and quick acceleration, perfect for tricky corners. The Fittipaldi FD03, on the other hand, is a bit more balanced, but might lag behind in raw speed compared to the Shadow. If I had to make a play, I'd lean slightly towards Zolicha Dominity 1 because of the nimbleness of the Shadow DN5. But with AI driving, anything can happen. So let's see if Yakaraman's Fittipaldi can surprise us with some clever moves. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Bannockbrae, and Necrophantasm, on pole, is tearing it up in a 1975 Williams FW04. Let's see if that classic beauty can hold the lead or if the others will catch up. Necrophantasm has shot off the line and taken the lead. Vaifuana is holding strong in second place. Gay Bulogi is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Nedzir Upstarts is climbing up to third place. Ablazi is now in 8th. Rukimiriki is making a move to 9th. Schmerzen Live is climbing up to 19th place. Nox Exodus is gaining 2 spots, and now sits in 23. Ixnobadixel and Nox Exodus are locked in a close fight for 23. Rukimiriki climbs to 8th place. X Basic Switch advances to 10th. Lazy Towner moves up to 12th. Lazy Towner and Hot Bolognese are neck and neck for 11th. Naiba and Jaibuogi are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Ablaza and Rukimiriki are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Maya is climbing up 1 spot to 24th. The F1 1975 cars are pretty evenly matched here, so the track must be favoring skill over machine. No clear dominance, just a tight battle for the top. Naiba and Jaibuogi are neck and neck for 4th place. Yaki Ramen has gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. Zolicha Doniniti 1 and Yaki Ramen are also fighting hard for 6th. Club from Teapot is climbing up 1 spot to 12th place. Henfatig and Schmerzenlive are nose-to-nose for 18th. Cluck from Teapot and Lazy Towner are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Henfatig just gaining a spot to 18. Risla Chingyo is chipping away at Bot Gamoning, closing the gap by over a second. Lazy Towner is climbing to 10th place. Relaxed View is now in 13th. Justin Gilks has moved up to 15th. Yakiri Raman is driving a Fittipaldi FD03. Currently, in 7th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the front runners yet. Netsirob Starks is holding on to 2nd place, but Wei Fuan is right on their tail. Yakiram and Jaibuogi are still neck and neck for 4th. Naiba and Yakiraman are battling hard for 5th. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Rukimiriki is climbing up to 7th place now. Zolich Adona T1 and Rukimiriki are nose-to-nose for that spot. Schmerzenliebes is inching closer to the top 20. Ablaze is climbing fast into 7th place. Lazy Towner is also making moves into 8th. X-Basic Switch is catching up into 9th. Looks like a little race for the middle. Relaxed View is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 10. Schmerzenlieb is also gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to settle in 12. Henfatig is making a bold push, passing 4 cars to reach 15. Circa Mingate and Arayu Serial are nose-to-nose for 17th place. Asheneriton just sneaked into 16th. Amy is closing in on 23rd. Jaibuogi is climbing up to 3rd place. Waifuana and Jaibuogi are nose-to-nose for that spot. Lazy Towner is also making progress, now in 7th. Waifuana just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Jaibuogi and Waifuan are nose-to-tail for that same spot. Lazy Towner is chipping away at Naibi's lead, now just 1.6 seconds behind. X-Basic Switch is driving a Hesketh 308B. Their race looks pretty tough with a slowest lap of over 2 minutes 30 seconds, and they're currently in 10th place. Yaki Ramen just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Naiba and Jaibuogi are nose-to-nose for 5th. Riswat Ingyo is racing at Tyrol 007. Their race looks pretty rough with a slow lap time and a big gap from the leaders. Relaxed View is closing in on Ace Basics Wix, now just a second behind. Zirgaming Gate and Riswat Ingyo are nose to tail for the 16th spot. Yaki Ramen is trying to hold off Weifuan for 3rd place. Ablaza and Lazy Towner are neck and neck for 7th. Wow! Necrophantasm really pulled off an amazing victory. Congratulations to them, that was a well-deserved win. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. For this track I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The tight turns and sharp corners of the Circuito International de Vila Real demand a car that can smoothly navigate through complex curves without losing too much speed. Acceleration and braking are also important, but less critical compared to how well the car can stick to the road and maneuver through those tricky sections. A car with precise steering and good grip would definitely have an advantage here. Alright folks, the countdown is about to run out, so make your picks fast if you want your favorite car in the race. Don't miss your chance to see these sleek machines battle it out on the track. Hurry up before it's too late. Oh, this is quite the vintage showdown. Both cars from 1968. So we're talking about classics with a lot of character. The Pontiac Firebird is known for its power and stylish looks, so it might have a bit of an edge on the straights. The Dodge Dart, on the other hand, is no slouch either. Lighter and nimble, which could come in handy on a twisty circuit like Vila Real. But let's be honest, while the Firebird might have muscle, the Dart could surprise us with agility. I'm leaning towards the Pontiac just because it tends to have a bit more raw speed, especially in a straight line. Still, don't count out the Dart's potential for some unexpected charm. It's a close call, but I'd put my chips on Super Siggy's Firebird taking the win here. Alright everyone, Maracus is kicking things off in style, starting on pole in that classic 1968 Chevrolet Camaro for the Vintage Trans Am class. Looks like Vintage Power is ready to make a statement at the Circuito International de Vila Real. Stay tuned. Maracus has shot off the line to take the lead. Nico Broadcast is holding strong in second place. Super Siggy is right behind in third, ready to pounce. Waldo, you sneaked into 7th place. Wauk CB and I are still neck and neck for 8th. Amy and Wauk CB are battling hard for 9th. Our Special is driving a 1968 Isuzu Bella GTR. They're currently in the 16th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Amy just overtook Wauk CB and now they are side by side for 9th place. Looks like the race for 9th is heating up with those two. Wauk CB and Amy are nose to tail for 9th place. Balsamic Vintfu 183 just gained 1 spot to sit in 17. Mafia Mavi and Balsamic Vintwo 183 are locked in a close fight for 17. Naya is closing in on Balsamic Vint 283 and Mafia Mavia. Looks like a three-way scrap for that spot. Mafia Mavi just overtook Balsamic Vint 283, so now Mafia Mavi is in 8th place. Amy is driving a 1970 Dodge Challenger, currently in 10th place. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any major moves yet. Waldo is gaining on Liricel fast, closing the gap by almost 7 seconds. Nexaromaval is closing in on Wauk CB, cutting down 12 seconds. Zupra Sigi is right behind Miko Broadcast. Just a 1.5 second difference. The battle for second place is heating up. Donista 4 is making a charge up the field, now in 16th place after overtaking 4 cars. Super Siggy is holding strong at the front, climbing 2 spots to take the lead. Naiba is also on the move, gaining 2 positions to sit comfortably in second. Naiba is really closing in on Dijono and Wolf now, just a second apart. They're battling hard for 11th place. Balsamic Vintwool 183 has gained a spot and is now in 16. Naiga advances to 11th place. Maracas is narrowing the gap to Donister 4 by 3.6 seconds. Super Siggy is holding a solid lead, but Lirusel is right behind and might be eyeing an overtake before the finish. Joan Wolf is driving a 1975 Skoda 130 RS, which is known for its quirky charm and surprising agility. They're currently in the 13th spot, so it looks like a steady climb might be on the menu if they keep pushing. A Special is climbing up to 14th place. Maracas is narrowing the gap to Donister 4 by 3 seconds. Maracas is closing in on Donister 4, cutting the gap by 8.5 seconds. Waldo just moved up one spot to take 4th place. Yara Special is gaining on Flanky Frankie, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Nick Saromaval is slicing through the track, closing in on Walk CB by 17.7 seconds. Waldo is creeping up on Beyond Two Dark Souls, chipping away at the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Amy is climbing the ladder, jumping one spot to secure 6th place. Balsamic Vintwool 183 just blitzed through the field to take the lead. Tsukasigi is not giving up without a fight. They're nose to nose for first. Mafyamavi is climbing steadily, now in the top 15. Arayu Serial is climbing fast, now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Super Sigi has taken the lead, now in 1st place. Naiba has moved up to 2nd, just behind the leader. Mafia Mavi is climbing fast to the 14th place. Nico Brocast is also making moves up to the 16th. Looks like the battle for positions is heating up. Nico Brocast is climbing to 15th place. Balsamic Vintwool 183 is now 16. Arayu Serial is sneaking into 17. Looks like the race is heating up. Super Sigi is holding a solid lead, but Lirusel is closing in fast. Looks like a tight finish coming up. Wauk CB is driving a 1969 AMC Javelin, which is holding a solid 4th place. They've set the fastest lap so far, so they're definitely pushing hard. Naive is really having a rough time, dropping 6 places to 8. Beyond Two Dark Souls just gained 1 spot to take 2nd. Waldo is also climbing up 1 spot to 3rd. Things are definitely shifting around. Balsamic Vintwool 183 is driving a 1966 Lotus Cortina Mark 1 Tunoni. Their race seems to be stalled with a time of 99.9999. So they're definitely not making any progress right now. Wow, Super Siggy really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. You clearly know how to take the checkered flag. Wow, Super Siggy really pulled off an amazing win. Congratulations, you totally crushed it out there. Can't wait to see if you can keep this winning streak going. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance, because tight turns and quick maneuvers are crucial for maintaining speed and staying competitive. A car that can stick to the track and navigate curves smoothly will have the edge here. Top speed is less important than agility and stability through those twists and turns. So, I'd choose a car with good grip and responsive steering to dominate on Autosport Speedway GT. Alright, with that much experience under their belt, DeFizzards definitely has a lot of races to their name. Still, winning 276 out of over 3,800 races suggests they're a solid driver. But maybe not always at the top of their game. Now, if we're talking about the rank, being 16th in the world means they're pretty good but not necessarily unbeatable. Without info on the other driver, I'd lean toward the one with the wider experience and consistent performance. So, I'd say DeFizzards probably has the edge here. But hey, in racing, anything can happen. Who do you think has a better shot? Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Autosport Speedway G track. Yeah. Amy is starting on pole with her classic 1969 Le Grand Mark 11. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold onto the lid. Amy is leading right out of the gate. Husky Hog is holding second place, trying to catch up. Kickus Lady X3 is in third, but not far behind. Prodigy Place 58 is making a bold move up to 8th place. Geogino Miracles is climbing fast to 14th. Husky Hog is holding on to the lead, advancing one spot to first. Merchican Live is on a roll, climbing to 8th place. Geogino Miracles and Cloudy are also making moves, both jumping 3 spots to 11th and 12th. Looks like the race is heating up. Nyarlathotep 988 is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 12th place. Captain Trippy is losing ground, dropping 16 positions to 20th place. Kickus Lady X3 is making a small gain, moving up 1 spot to 2nd place. Husky Hog is inching closer to Kickus Lady X3, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Naiba is climbing up to 9th place. Joey Pastrami is making a move to 15th. Joey Pastrami and Ovidis are locked in a tight fight for 14th. Maya is closing in on Captain Trippy fast, just 16.9 seconds behind now. Frankenbals is climbing 2 spots to 14. Beats with KF is moving up 1 spot to 16. Merchican Live just overtook someone to take 5th place. Belthanatheist and Merchican Live are nose to nose for 5th. Rumi Fizz 13 is closing in on the top 10, moving up 1 spot to 7th. Defitserts is inching closer to 6 while Naibe is right behind, both battling fiercely for 7th place. Naibe is holding on to 7th place, but Defizets is right behind, looking for an opening. Cloudy and Geogina Miracles are still neck and neck for 9th, no clear winner yet. Nyarla Totep 98 and Rummy Fizz 13 are trading positions, both eager to climb higher from 11th. Cloudy and Geogina Miracles are nose to tail for 9th place. Nyarla Totep 98 just gained a spot to 11th. Crystal 33D is also climbing, moving up to 17th. Husky Hog is trying to shake off Kickus Lady X3 but still stuck close. Cloudy and Geogina Miracles are nose to tail for 9th place. Looks like a drag race. Gyugo Garicles is really having a rough patch, dropping 7 places to 16. Naiba is climbing steadily into 7th. Cloudy is pushing forward 2 spots into 8th. Ovidus is closing in on Prodigy Place 58, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Crystal 33 is climbing up 1 spot to 16. Prodigy Place 58 is also moving up 2 spots to 17. Beats with Kef and Frankenballs are locked in a fierce fight for 13th place. Maya is closing in on Geogina Miracles, cutting the gap by a full second. Maya is closing fast on Geogina Miracles, cutting the gap by 12.4 seconds. Husky Hog and Kickus Lady X3 are locked in a fierce fight for 2nd place. Husky Hog is climbing up to 2nd place. Naiba and Belthanithi Beast are nose to nose for 6th. Naiba is climbing to 6th place. Cloudy is now in 7th. Nyala Thodeb 988 has moved into 9th. Beats with Keth is driving a 1966 McLaren M10A and is currently in 15th place. Their fastest lap is 2 minutes and 13.548 seconds. The race seems to be a bit of a struggle for them with a slower lap time compared to the leaders. Thomas Moran is making a move and now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Merchican Live is closing the gap on Cheryl Midzeroses by 2.4 seconds. Frankenballs is catching Belthanithi Beast, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Crystal 33 is driving a Lotus 70 and is currently in the last place. Their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leaders, so the race isn't looking great for them. Wow, Amy, you really drove away with that one. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Amy really pulled ahead at the last second, didn't she? Congratulations to Amy. That was an impressive finish. Looks like they've earned that shiny trophy today. Sure thing. The Highlands Drift Track is famous for its stunning scenery and tricky curves that even experienced drivers find challenging. Fun fact is, it's built on a real mountain pass, so sometimes you might feel like you're racing through the clouds rather than on a track. It definitely keeps things exciting and adds a bit of altitude attitude to the race. Alright folks, less than a minute left to pick your favorite car. If you haven't made your choice yet, now's the time, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh, this is quite the classic showdown. The Porsche 91710 is a legendary car, known for its speed and agility, especially in the world of racing. But the March 707 Chevrolet is no slouch either, with its own set of tricks up its sleeve. Considering the track is Highlands Drift, which favors maneuverability and skillful handling over raw power, I'd put my money on exclusive box and that vintage Porsche. It might have the edge in quick turns and stability at high speeds. But hey, Amy's March could surprise us with some clever tactics, and maybe a little bit of AI magic. It's a race where anything can happen. I'd say the Porsche has a slight advantage, but don't count out the March just yet. Let's find out who takes the crown. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Highlands Drift with Marjacob Leitch leading the pack in the pole position, driving a classic 1974 Shadow DN4. Looks like he's got some vintage speed on his side for this one. Marjacob Leitch has shot off the line to take the lead. Husky Hogue is holding strong in second place. And right behind me, Maya is already making moves to climb up the field. Rusna Pomsix is climbing to 6th place. Nixa Romaval is also moving up to 8th. Morning Starsel and Boofy 19 are locked in a close fight for 10th. Nixa Romaval and Singoshi are locked in a tight duel for 8th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is creeping closer to the top 10, climbing one spot to 12th. Rusna Pomsix is driving a 1974 Shadow D N4G. They are currently in 7th place, trying to catch up to the leaders. Looks like a steady race, but no real overtaking action yet. Exclusivagox is holding a slight lead over Amy, but with only one lap to go, it's anyone's game. Expect some aggressive moves soon. Wrestling 567 is climbing up to 4th place. Amy and Rusnapalm 6 are nose-to-nose for 6th. Liam and Oscar Wolf are locked in a close fight for 13. Maya is closing in on the pack, making moves. Shoebox TV and Team Tenadia are nose-to-nose for 15. Amy and Rusnapalm 6 are still locked in that tight fight for 6. Bluezagox and Wrestling 567 are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Shoebox TV is climbing 2 spots to 14. Liam and Shoebox TV are locked in a close fight for 14. Exclusivagox is holding 5th place. Not bad, but still a bit behind the top 2. Amy is in 7th, so she's got some ground to make up. Looks like Exclusivagox might have a slight edge for now. Amy is in 6th place with a March 707 Chevrolet. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. The Can-Am cars are dominating with the top 4 spots, clearly benefiting from the track's layout and their raw power. The prototypes are trailing behind, probably struggling with the technical sections or handling. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Exclusivagox and Wrestling 567 are nose-to-nose for 4th. Looks like a battle for the middle of the pack. Rusnapalm 6 is holding on to 5th place, but Exclusivagox is right behind, ready to pounce. Dr. Monkey, 13 and Morningstar Soul are still locked in that close fight for 11. Shoebox TV just gained 1 spot and is now 13th, creeping up the leaderboard. Wow, Marja Blake, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race. Wow! Huge congratulations to Anjika Blake for taking the win. That was an impressive race. As for the next prize, Maya, you really outdid yourself with the most overtakes. You can now claim the legendary 1971 Porsche 91710 from Can-Am. Nice work! Alright folks, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make that decision, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left in the digital junkyard. Hurry up and choose. Destiny awaits. Ugh, this is an interesting matchup. The Norma M20FC from 2014 is a solid choice with its proven endurance capabilities. But the Radical SR5 from 2019 is all about modern design and sharp handling. The Radical's likely to have a bit more agility on those tight corners, especially around Watkins Glen Short. Nonstop's car has a bit of age on it, so it might be at a slight disadvantage in raw speed. I'm leaning toward Ren Kaori's Radical just because of its recent design and nimbleness. But then again, anything can happen with AI racing. We'll see if the vintage charm of the Norma can surprise us. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Watkins Glen Short Track, and leading the pack is Jackson DeBox in a 2012 Prega Rowan, starting on pole. Let's see if they can hold on to that top spot. Nonstop has taken an early lead. Jackson DeBox is hot on their tail in second, and Ren Kaori is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Someone just made a quick move to take 22nd place, overtaking 3 cars. Buckyboard has moved up 1 spot to 4th. Buckyboard and Ren Kaori are now battling it out for 3rd place. Henfatig and Navling are nose to tail for 8th place. Ya Boy Rwanda is inching up to 17th, and now battling with Deep Lizards for that spot. Maya and 2 Pezanda Podcast are neck and neck for 10th place. Alacost and Gabitha Minimac are trading paint for 20th. Someone just snuck up 1 spot to take 22nd. Buckyboard and Ren Kaori are nose to tail for 3rd place. Your Instinct and Radizero Active Vixen are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Maya is climbing up 1 spot to 10th. Buckyboard advances to 3rd place. Your Instinct moves up to 6th. Radizero Active Vixen and Your Instinct are locked in a close fight for 6th. Jackson DeBox and Nonstop are nose to tail for the lead. Raineki and Ren Kaori are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Radizero Active Vixen just snuck into 6th, climbing 1 spot. Nonstop is holding the lead with a comfortable gap over Jackson DeBox. Ren Kaori is close behind in 3rd, so the battle for the top spot is still on. Nonstop might have a slight edge, but not by much. Your Instinct and Radizero Active Vixen are neck and neck for 6th place. Bleach Mepsi and Beef Sliders are locked in a fierce fight for 24th. Relaxed View and Bleach Mepsi are battling it out for 25th. Jackson DeBox and Nonstop are nose to tail for the lead. Raineki just nudged into 4th and is eyeing the top 3. Your Instinct is climbing into the top half, inching closer to the front. Yaxinda Box just took the lead, claiming first place. 2Ps and a podcast is climbing up to 9. Hey Krishik and Red Panda Manatee 4 are locked in a close fight for 29. Takido Kibre is really eyeing Amy now, closing the gap by over a second and a half. They're nose to nose for the 13th spot. Beats with Kef is hot on Gamer Boss 72's tail, closing in by almost 2 seconds. Buckybird is climbing up to second place. 2Ps and Naveling are locked in a close fight for 8. Bleach Mepsi and Ronnie Rampage are battling it out for 23rd. Maya and Henfatig are nose to tail for 10th place. Takido Kibre just gained 1 spot to move into 13. Takido Kibre and Naibi are fighting hard for 12th. Buckybird is really closing in on Jack Cinderbox. Just a second, and a bit behind now. 2Ps and a podcast is climbing up to 8th place. And Maya is making her way to 10th, climbing 1 spot. Wow. Jackson DeBox took the checkered flag at Watkins Glen Short. Looks like someone's got the magic touch. Congrats on the win. Wow! Jackson DeBox really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations! That was a fantastic race and they totally deserved that win. I guess the AI has some serious skills after all. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1998 McLaren MP 413 Towing. It's known for being a pretty dominant car during that era with its advanced aerodynamics and reliable performance. The other contenders are not exactly slouches, but the McLaren's blend of speed and handling on a tight technical track like Brands Hatch Indy makes it a pretty strong favorite. Plus, it's just a classic that knows how to work a circuit like this. Hey everyone, get your last picks in now. The countdown is almost over, so don't miss your chance to choose the next race car. After that, we're all in for the AI to do its thing without any more input from us. Hurry up! Oh wow, this is quite the nostalgic matchup. Cloud Surfer 69 with the McLaren MP 413 is like bringing a knife to a gunfight. But hey, that car was a beast in its time. Wanabekido's Tyrrell 026 is no slouch either, but it's probably feeling a bit outgunned in this race. My money's on Cloud Surfer 69, sneaking into the lead early on and holding on, because that McLaren's got some serious speed. But hey, racing is unpredictable, especially when AI is involved. So, who do you think will come out on top? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Brands Hatch. Indy and look who's on pole, Cloudsurfer 69 in a 1998 McLaren MP413. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the AI has other plans. Cloudsurfer 69 has taken an early lead, sitting comfortably at the front. Seprothri is right behind in second place, keeping the pressure on. Wanabakido is in third, trying to find a way around the pack. Ostzerod is climbing to fourth place. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Wrestling 567 are nose to nose for 7. Amy is pushing up to 9. Ostzerod is climbing up to third place. Wanabakido and Osgazerod are nose to nose for third. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is sneaking into 8th. Wanabakido is now in second place, closing the gap at the front. Zero Timilide is climbing to 4th, but Osgazerod is right behind, fighting hard for that spot. Wrestling 567 is dropping back to 17th place. Maya is climbing to 9th. Squatbender is moving up to 10th. Zeroting Live and Seprothri are nose to tail for third place. Telescopebeam has climbed one spot to 12. Shoto Todoroki 39 is also up one position to 13. DCKKBI Sidrogging is dropping back to 15th place. Maya is climbing up to 7th place. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Maya are nose to nose for 7th. Wrestling 567 is closing in on DCKBI Zeroggers, cutting the gap by 10 seconds. Seprothri has climbed one spot to take second place. Wanabakido and Seprothri are nose to nose in a fierce fight for second. Wanabakido just overtook someone to move into second place. Zero Team Alive and Seprothri are nose to nose. Looks like a close fight for third. Zero Team Alive is just ahead of Seprothri by a car length. Wayne Trinity 4 is holding off Osgazerod by a whisker. Squatbender is trying to shake off Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios, but they're still nose to tail. Wanabakido is right behind Cloudsurfer 69 now, closing the gap like a boss. Wanabakido and Cloudsurfer 69 are neck and neck for the lead. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is gaining on Wayne 94, closing the distance by 2.4 seconds. Wanabakido just snatched the lead, taking the top spot. Osgazerod is climbing up to 4th place. Wayne 24 is also making moves, now in 5th. The race is heating up. Squatbender is storming through the field, now in second place after overtaking 6 cars. Rome Spider gains one spot, now in 8th. Telescopebeam also moves up one position, now in 9th. Seprothri is climbing to second place. Osgazerod is now in third. Wayne Trinity 4 is pushing up to 4th. Looks like they're all in a little race to catch the leader. Wow, Wanabakito, you must be thrilled to win at Brands Hatch Indy. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Wanabakito really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations. That was some smooth driving. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Here's a fun fact for you. Back in the 1960s and before, the racing cars were often powered by engines that sounded like they were trying to start a small lawnmower. The cars might have been slow by today's standards, but they definitely knew how to make a lot of noise while crawling around the track. It's like watching a herd of very determined snails with engines. Alright everyone, time to make your picks before it's too late. This is your last chance to choose a car and influence the race. Don't miss out on the fun. Alright, we're flying blind here, which makes things exciting. Both drivers are in the same vintage BMW. So this is really going to come down to their skill and maybe a little bit of luck. Popcorn Slayer and Lux Ravenous might be unknowns, but in a race like this, sometimes the mystery driver surprises us all. I'm going to guess that Popcorn Slayer with a name that screams confidence might just edge out Lux Ravenous in this one. Or maybe they'll crash into each other, who knows? Let's find out. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Old Bridge Township Raceway Park, and leading the pack is Ebony Shadow on pole. They're driving a classic 1948 Packard, a 22nd Club. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold the lead or if the modern machines will jet past. Ebony Shadow is leading the race. Rinog T4 is holding second, and Skozerobziz is in third place. Looks like a tight start so far. H2 Hova is on the move, climbing 3 spots to take the 18th place. Those are Ops and Rinog T4 are nose-to-tail fighting for second place. Cherogamerzach just gained 1 spot to sit in fourth. Looks like Skozerops and Cherogamerzach are about to turn this into a 3-way scrap for third. Asheron 192 is climbing up to 7th place. Sunbird Boy is making a move to 15th. Skozerops is in third place with a 1953 Fiat 8 VDA Supersonic. Looks like they're holding steady, but no sign of overtaking yet. Dethirds is driving a 1962 Lincoln Continental. They're currently in 10th place and seem to be holding steady, but no real action to report yet. Skozerops is climbing up to second place. Asheron 192 and Tyler are nose-to-nose for 6th. Dethirds and Cheryl Mitsirosis are locked in a close fight for 8th. Cherogameasa and Rinog T4 are neck and neck for third place. Asheron 192 is climbing to 6th. Dethirds is making a move up to 9th. Cherogamerzach just sneaked into third place. Asheron 192 is climbing to 5th. Patswords is making moves to 12th. Patswords and Wayne Train T4 are nose-to-nose for 11th. Patswords just gained 1 spot, moving into the top 11. The fight for 10th is heating up with Patswords and Cheryl Mitsirosis nose-to-nose. Maya's car is a 1938 Talbot Lago T23 Teardrop, a classic beauty. She's currently in 23rd place, so she's not exactly leading the pack, but still hanging in there. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the vintage giants ahead. Skozerops takes the lead, claiming first place. Asheron 92 advances to 4th. Amy climbs to 5th, making it a little more interesting behind the front runners. Asheron 92 is closing in on Cherogamerzach, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Dethirds has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Tyler and Dethirds are nose-to-tail battling for 7th. Tangaducky DTV just climbed to 12th place. H2 Hovey is closing in on Muttwolf, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Those two are locked in a fierce fight for 17th place. Asheron 92 is gaining on Cherogamerzach, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. Cheryl Mitsirosis and Patswords are nose-to-tail for 10th place. Some board boy is inching closer to Lukaiju, cutting the gap by a second. Tangaducky TTV is climbing to 11th place. Lukaiju is now 14th. Some board boy is chipping away at Popcorn Slayer's lead, closing in by 1.6 seconds. Cherogamerzach is now in 2nd place. Archerone in 92 has moved into 3rd. Defitserts is climbing to 6. Looks like everyone's making moves. Looks Ravenous is climbing up to 7th place. Tangodaki DTV is now 9. Patsords has moved into 10. Looks like everyone's making some moves today. D-Thirds is closing in on Amy fast enough to make her sweat. Rinok T4 just overtook someone to grab 7th place. Patsords is on the move, climbing 2 spots to 8. Tangodaki TTV is having a rough time dropping to 22nd place. Tyler is climbing up to 10th place. Wayne Trenin T4 is also making progress, moving into 11. Tangodaki TTV is on a roll, overtaking 21 cars to claim the lead. Skoser Obs and Tangodaki TTV are nose-to-nose for first place. Mutwolf just gained 1 spot, now in the 17th position. Val Lightning Thief is storming through the field, now in 4th place after overtaking 19 cars. Maya is closing in on Hellskank, cutting the gap by 7/4 seconds. Skoser Obs is climbing up to 1st place, just 1 spot away from the lead. Asheron 92 is on fire, now in 1st place after overtaking 4 cars. Ebony Shadow is climbing fast, now in 3rd after 3 overtakes. Defades is also making moves, now in 4th after passing 3 cars. Cheru Nitsirosis is on a roll, climbing to 11. Popcorn Slayer just nudged into 14. 8-2 Hovea is inching into 15. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing nicely into the top 10. Maya is making a little progress, creeping closer to the middle of the pack. Ebony Shadow is closing in on Shirogamer's fast, just 8:30 seconds behind now. Reno T4 is having a tough time and has dropped 9 places to 18. Tyler is climbing up the field, moving into 9th place. Wow! Archeron 92 just took the top spot. Looks like they were in a league of their own today. Nice job! Wow, well done Archer 192. Looks like your racing skills are top-notch today. I guess all those hours of practice finally paid off. Congrats on taking the victory. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Valencia Street Circuit has lots of tight turns and quick chicanes, so a car that can navigate those twists smoothly, without losing too much speed would be ideal. Power is important, but if your car can't stick to the road and handle the curves well, you're not going to make up much ground. It's all about precision and control here. Alright folks, time's running out. Make your pick before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI throws at you. Hurry up and choose wisely. Alright, so we've got Emerald Tichter 988 in a Mercedes-Benz, a 45 AMG in Amy, and a Fiat Tipo Competición racing around Valencia. The Mercedes is definitely the speedster here, with that turbocharged engine and sporty setup. The Fiat, while charming, is more of a city car with less power and a different focus. So if I had to place a bet, I'd say Emerald Tichter 988 has the upper hand, especially given the car's reputation for agility and power on those tight circuits. Though hey, stranger things have happened when robots are behind the wheel, so who knows? Alright folks, the race is underway at Valencia Street Circuit. Ren Kaori is starting on pole, driving a 2018 Peugeot 308. Looks like our favorite is setting the pace right from the start. Ren Kaori has shot to the front as the leader. Unknown Tactics is holding second place, trying to keep up. Classic Switch is in third, but expect some early action to shake things up. Basic Switch is advancing to second place. Amy and Maya are battling closely for fifth. Someone is climbing to 10th. Catgirl TN is climbing up to 6th place. Someone is advancing to 9th. Rosegold Gaming and another racer are locked in a close fight for 9th. Maya is closing in on Catgirl TM and Maya for 5th place. That Salty Serena just overtook a car to move into 10th. Ruse Golgadaming and That Salty Serena are neck and neck for 10. Catgirl TM and Maya are locked in a tight fight for 5th place. Ruki Miriki is climbing up to 11th. Hot Bolognese is making moves to 17th. Maya is closing in on Catgirl TM. Looks like a tight fight for 5th place. That's Alti Serena is now 9th, making her way through the pack. Skeksis Beau Pre has moved up to 12th, creeping closer to the points. Ruki Miriki is gaining on the car ahead, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Story Forge is climbing up 1 spot to 12th place. Maya's Audi TT Cup is holding its ground in 5th place, probably enjoying the view from the middle of the pack. Amy is gaining on Catgirl TM, closing the gap to just 1 second. They are battling fiercely for 6th place. Hot Bolognese and Rosa Gold Gaming are also locked in a close fight for 15. Emerald Tick 3988 is trying to hold off Maya for 4th place. Catgirl TM and Maya are still neck and neck for 5th. Wanga Tang 7272 just overtook 1 car and is now in 7th. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing up 1 spot. Catgirl TM and Emerald Tick 3988 are still locked in a close fight for 5th. Story Forge has advanced to 11th place, climbing 1 spot. Wanga Tank 7172 just snuck into 6th place. Ruki Miriki and Skeksis Beau Pre are nose to nose for 12th. Looks like a battle for the middle of the pack. Story Forge is climbing up to 10th place. Mahokaos has also gained 1 spot and is now in 16th. Rose Gold Gaming and Mahokaos are nose to nose for 16th. Skeksis Beau Pre is climbing up to 11th place. Wild Kavanona and Ruki Miriki are nose to nose for 13th. Story Forge is driving a 2012 Mini Cooper Challenge. They're currently in 11th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. Maya is currently in 4th place with her Audi TT Cup. She's holding steady but hasn't made any big moves yet. Looks like she's just cruising for now. The tight street circuit is definitely favoring the top contenders with good control and precision. Overtakes are tricky, so the early leaders are holding on tight. Wanga Tang 7272 just gained a spot and is now in 5th place. Emerald Tick 3988 and Wanga Tang 7272 are nose to nose for 5th. Hot Bolognese has climbed 1 spot and is now in 14th. Ring Kaori is holding the lead comfortably and just set the fastest lap, so it looks like he's got this race under control. Maya is leading the race in her Audi TT Cup with a fastest lap of 2:32.6. She's holding a solid position and seems to be maintaining consistent pace. Emerald Tick 398 is struggling a bit in 7th, while Amy is stuck in 8th with a slower lap. Looks like Emerald Tick 398 might have the edge if they keep it clean. Amy is stuck in 8th place with a Fiat Tipo Competizione. Fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leaders, so the race isn't exactly her strongest suit today. Maya is holding 8th place in her Audi TT Cup, but her fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like she's trying to stay in the mix. Emerald Tick 398 is driving a Mercedes-Benz 45 AMG. Their race looks tough with the slowest lap so far, and sitting in 7th place. Wow, Ren Kaori, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Ren Kaori took the win. Congratulations. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. The 1971 McLaren M19A is a pretty interesting car because it was one of the early Formula One racing cars designed by Bruce McLaren himself. It was built to compete in the 1971 season and was known for its innovative design at the time, including a rear engine layout that was becoming the standard for racing cars. And fun fact, despite its cutting-edge design, it wasn't exactly a championship winner, but it set the stage for McLaren's future successes. Quite the humble beginnings for a legendary racing team. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now is the time to do it before the clock runs out. Don't be that person who misses out and has to cheer for the car nobody wanted. Hurry up and make your choice. This is a classic battle of the vintage beauties. The Matra MS-120B has a reputation for handling well and being pretty nimble for its age. On the other hand, the BRMP-160 might have a bit more power but could struggle with agility on this track. Considering the track layout of Autodromo de Antioquia, which has some sharp corners and demanding turns, I'd probably lean towards shoot-'em-ups Matra taking an edge here. But it really could go either way, because old-school racing machines like these can surprise us. Who do you think will pull ahead? Alright everyone, the race is on at Autodromo de Antioquia, and leading the pack from pole is G-Max-8, driving a classic 1971 Lotus 72. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition. G-Max-8 has shot off the line to take the lead. Dr. Monkey 13 is holding strong in second place. Lazy Towners hanging in there in third, but I wouldn't count out any surprises just yet. Wrestling 567 and Nickelbrocast are neck and neck for 5th place. Ashanariton just gained a spot to take 8th. Ashanriton and Lockjohn 7 are locked in a close fight for 7th. Wrestling 567 and Nickelbrocast are neck and neck for 5th place. Amy just gained a spot, now in 10th. Alexas No Brain is driving a Tyrrell 002. They're holding steady in 11th place, not making any dramatic moves so far. Nickelbrocast is climbing to 4th place. Lockjohn 7 is now 5th. Wrestling 567 is knocking on the top 5 door in 6th. Prodigy Place 58 just moved up 1 spot to take the 13th place. He and Evolution 954 are nose to nose for 12th. This is getting interesting. Dr. Monkey 13 is in a classic Lotus 72C, holding on to 2nd place. Looks like they're keeping the pace steady, no overtakes yet. Dr. Monkey 13 is driving a Lotus 72C, currently in 2nd place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any dramatic moves. Amy is driving a Brabham BT34, starting from 10th place. Looks like she's holding her position so far, but no overtakes yet. Maya is holding 8th place, just ahead of Shoot 'Em Up, who's in 9th. Looks like Maya might have a slight edge, but not much room for error. The F1 1971 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track at Antioquia seems to favor the Lotus 72C drivers with the top 2 spots. The mix of car classes is keeping the race interesting, but the track's probably helping the more agile Lotus models stay ahead. Lazy Towner is currently in 4th place, driving a Lotus 72C. Their fastest lap is nearly 2 seconds slower than the leaders, so they're not exactly setting the pace, but holding a decent position. The F1 1971 cars seem pretty evenly matched, but the track at Antioquia is shaking things up with tight overtakes and close racing. The mix of Lotus and Brabham cars is keeping the standings unpredictable. The F1 1971 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track's tight corners and high-speed straights at Antioquia seem to favor the more agile cars like the Matra and Tyrrell. The Lotus cars are holding steady, but the March Alfa Romeo is struggling a bit. Congratulations, G-Max-8, on your victory. Looks like you really took the checkered flag and showed everyone how it's done. Well deserved. Wow. Congratulations to Giamaxiate for taking the win. You dominated that race like a true champion. Now, let's see who gets to claim that beautiful 1971 BRMP 160. Maya, you're up. You won the bet race, so you're the lucky one. I hope you're ready to add a vintage F1 beauty to your collection. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Vallelunga extended circuit, I would go with the 1964 Porsche 901. It's a classic that's known for its balance and handling, which are crucial on a technical track like Vallelunga. Plus, Porsche always seems to have that perfect combination of agility and stability that can shine in a race scenario. The others are fantastic in their own right, but I think the 901 would come out ahead in this mix of vintage beauties. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. Make your picks fast or you might end up with whatever's left. Hurry up and choose your favorite car before it's too late. Hey WayneTrain94, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some AI car racing excitement. Get ready for some serious virtual speed and maybe a few hilarious crashes. Oh wow, this is a classic versus vintage showdown. The Austin Healey 106 is known for its sporty charm and nimbleness, while the Ferrari 166 Inter is a true icon of elegance and racing pedigree. The Ferrari's got that extra touch of grace, and probably a little more speed on the straightaways. But the Austin Healey might surprise us with its agility around those corners. My money's on the Ferrari for a slightly more aggressive move, but who knows? It's all about how these vintage beauties handle the Vallelunga track today. Alright folks, Hermit Media is taking the pole in that classic 1962 Lincoln Continental. Looks like we're gonna see some smooth cruising from the old school streetcars at Vallelunga Extended. Ready for some vintage action. JT Slen 33 has taken an early lead, followed closely by Hermit Media in second place. WayneTrain94 is sitting in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Forte Afro is making a nice climb to 16th place. WayneTrain94 is now in first, holding strong. Squat Bender has also advanced to second, right behind. Aussie Tweet22 just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Aussie with 3002 and Lakaiju are nose to tail fighting for 5th. Maya is climbing up to 9th, inching closer to the top 10. Forte Afro just made a smooth move to 11th place. Aussie 2822 has climbed to 5th and is now in a tight duel with Lakaiju. Aussie 2822 looks like he's got the edge for now. Aussie 2002 is climbing up to 4th place. Senor Flip Flop on 100 2020 has moved up to 6th. Senor Flip Flop on 100 and 2020 and Hermit Media are locked in a close fight for 5th. Hermit Media is climbing up to 4th place. Aussie, 22 and Hermit Media are nose to nose for that position. Forte Afro has advanced to 10th place. Aussie 22 is climbing fast into 3rd place. Forte Afro and I are nose to tail for 9. The Empress is chipping away at Epic Sugar, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Senor Flip Flop on 100 2020 is climbing to 5th place. Forte Afro is now in 8th. Epic Sugar has moved into 9th. Senor Flip Flopona 2020 just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Lakaiju is also making moves up to 6th. Hermit Media and Lakaiju are nose to tail for that 6th spot. Hermit Media is climbing to 6th place. Epic Sugar and Forte Afro are locked in a close fight for 8th. Exclusivagox is gaining ground, moving up to 14th. Forte Afro just overtook someone to climb to 7th place. Epic Sugar and the Kaiju are nose to nose for 8th. Kufo is gaining ground, moving up to 16th. Kufo and Agvaithi are locked in a close fight for 15th. Forte Afro just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Epic Sugar and the Kaiju are nose to nose for 8th. The F Empress is climbing up to 10th. Forte Afro is gaining on Jichi Swishman 33, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Epic Sugar has climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Slittenslede Gaming is also moving up 1 spot, now in 18th. Epic Sugar is climbing to 7th place. Frankenbuds and TF Empress are nose to nose for 10th. Exclusivagox is advancing to 12th. The Kaiju and Hermit Media are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Exclusivagox is closing the gap on Frankenballs by 1.5 seconds, so expect some fireworks soon. Forte Afro is climbing to 5th place. Epic Sugar and Jichi Swishman 33 are locked in a close fight for 6th. TF Empress is advancing to 9th. Epic Sugar and Jichi Swishman 33 are nose to tail for 6th place. Gang Exclusivagox is climbing to 10th. Frankenbouts is also on the move, now 11th. Epic Sugar is now in 6th place. The F Empress has climbed to 7th. Kuofo is narrowing the gap to Skeksis Biopri by 2.4 seconds, so watch out for a potential overtake. Exclusive Gox is climbing up to 9th place. Hermit Media and Exclusive Gox are still neck and neck for that position. Justin Gilks is making a move to 18th. Josh Bjosh is driving a 1967 Sunbeam Tiger, and he's currently in the 18th place. His lap time is quite slow compared to the leaders, so it looks like he's struggling to keep up. Wow, Wayne94, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win, champion! Wow! Wayne94 really did it all today, winning the race and setting the fastest lap. That's quite the achievement. Congratulations on the win and the speedy lap. Yeah, you totally earned that vintage Ferrari 250 GT Berlinetta. I hope you enjoy cruising in that beauty. Well done. Hey Wayne94. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you pop in again. Ready to watch some crazy AI cars race? Alright everyone, it looks like we need to take a quick pause for some stream maintenance. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back in just a few minutes with more AI car racing action. Grab a snack or chat among yourselves, and I'll see you in a bit.